Morning. What's up, everybody? We got day 3 action for Eric's tournament coming up. Just about 5 minutes. And we got 4 more tough games today. One of them being, you might have heard of him, Magnus Carlsen. You might have heard of him. Shizno Ninja, 29 months with Prime. Nat John W for 52 months using Prime. 29 from Hailston. Solomon Gilbert, 8 months. And Goblin with 500 bits. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. As usual, coffee check. Everyone got their coffee? Everyone got their 30% off chessbrah mug coffee? Exclamation mark sale. We're selling already. Coffee check. We're ready to do some chess this morning, I hope. A reminder. Might be some new people here, and we also need to remember who we're playing today. First of all, these are the players in the event. Some familiar names there. We've already played some of them. The tournament is halfway done, the initial preliminary stage where the players play every other player once. We're also done day 1 and day 2. You've seen from the schedule, day 1, day 2. We've seen those games. We've enjoyed those games. We've commentated on them, but we're on day 3 now. And it doesn't get any easier. That's the thing with this tournament. Geary, Carlsen. Then we're playing Norderbeck and Esipenko. 2 young players that are very talented and have been scoring some upsets. Esipenko even beating Magnus. So we got 4 tough games today, guys. We're on day 3. And a reminder about the rules. There are only 4 days of the prelim stages. It's a 16-player round robin. Everybody plays everybody else once. 15 games total. 4 games per day, except the final day is 3 games for 15 games overall. After those 15 games, you look at the standings. Whoever's in the top half of those standings goes to the next stage. Whoever's in the bottom half gets knocked out. And you are rewarded for playing for a win in multiple ways. If you win your game, you get 3 points, not just 1 point in the standings. If you draw, each player gets 1 and no points for a loss. But you also get money. Perfect for us. We've been securing the bag. Where are my accountants at? What's our total? $750 for a win, $250 for a draw, and again, you get paid nothing for a loss. We're also pushing 11k subs. We just dropped under yesterday. That sub decay is real. But I think we can get back over, and I think we can maintain that today. Welcome, guys. Good morning. 3750. There we go. Thank you, guys. That's where Eric's at right now. Abiotic, 13 months, tier 3. Thank you, dude. Welcome back. Prime from Ribs, 14 months. Good Johnson, 1, 2, 3, 4. Thanks for the 7 months. And Moses, 34 for 9 months. Welcome back. Today's a big day, guys. Hope you guys are ready to strapped in and ready to go. We got game 1 of the day underway. This is actually round number 9. And we're playing Anish Giri first of all. That's first up. It's the Sicilian. If there's one place where Anish excels, especially compared to his peers, it's opening theory. Thanks for the 5 subs from Baifu Ru, I am Grulin, or Ian Grulin. Thanks Baifu and Ian. Ditto Bitto for half a year, and Tempest 200 bits. Donating to the church. That's right. Thank you, Tempest. I'll also tell you guys, if you stick around today, not that I need to convince you to to do so. But we're going to be doing some giveaways of some products that we have from HyperX. So, you know, like headsets, keyboard, mice, stuff like that. So, probably do those after the games. Another reason to stick around. That's going to be for people in the NA and EU. Unfortunately, I can't promise that we can get those shipped out worldwide, but NA and EU for those giveaways. JC Digital Girl, 10 gifted subs. Thank you and good morning. Tatmo Prime for 7 months. Shorgio with the gifted sub. Thank you, Shorge. Mr. Haddon to the church in Ramick for a full year. We'll make an exception for UK. Alright guys, now we've actually seen Eric play this one before. And Knight D7 was also played in that game. And if anyone's got their memory hat on, Queen E2 was played. And, you know, eventually we got a position where D4 got in, this got in, and I think this was the game against Ding. This is the game against Ding. And as soon as it happened, I said, look, you know, it might not be that most theoretical line, but Eric knows what he's doing. Not going to get into dangerous theory. So I think it's a good choice. Another thing to remember about this line, this Bishop B5, is like if you want to avoid theory, especially against these top guys, and especially in Rapid, I mean, you don't want to play just a wide open mainline Sicilian against, I don't know, someone like Anish who knows it inside and out, right? Bishop B5 is one of the best moves to avoid theory. Let's say. So a little different than the game with Ding. Ding put his bishop on e7. Anish is putting his bishop on g7. So we will see slightly different setup here by black. Airbus Driver says, good afternoon. I've canceled my haircut to come straight from work to support my boy. Thank you to Airbus Driver, who always looks like his haircuts have been canceled halfway through. Appreciate having you here, Airbus Driver. Hello to Lethbridge Chess and Chicken Pants. The Iceberger. Welcome, boys. Good to have the mod squad here. Thank you, Severus, Butner, Askena, Mr. Semantics, 9 months with Prime, half a year from Oshu, and Irascible for 14 months. So again, not commentating too much right now, just letting the guys play their quick moves. Usually the opening is a little bit quicker, especially here. They sort of know what's going on. Anish playing very quickly. I mean, he's using the increment. He's way up over 16 minutes already. We've seen this setup from Eric before, you know, rook e1, knight d2, knight f1, knight g3. Eric might reconsider that setup because, let's say, you know, a knight on g3, while it's still very good, you might reconsider because you see the pawn on g6, which is something I mentioned on this broadcast before. And I think the same setup would just still be quite fine here, but I think that's why he's taking pause. Hey, Clark. Nitsid Prime. Gin Fluid 95. Thanks for 26 months. Howdy, Johnny. Well, thanks for checking in. All the same. This is an online event. Yeah. All games played online. Love to hear it. Thank you, Ryan, for the update. I can also say that Omid tied for first place in his tournament. And when the Alberta champion, the former reigning defending, is playing good chess, and the Chief is playing good chess, I just think everyone's in a better place. Rook FD1. Yeah, a little bit different. I think it was Rook E1 last time. But again, the games are set up a bit differently by Black, so it makes sense that there might be a slight difference in Eric's setup as well. So because of the early capture, White does have the option of trying to orchestrate a knight to c3 move, as opposed to previously just knight d2, knight f1, knight g3. This bishop will probably end up back on d3. Tends to be a little loose on the c file. Yeah, well, random questions. It just depends on the opening. Like, in some specific openings, for White and for Black, there might be a piece that just doesn't really benefit from developing too early. And in this one, it's often the dark square bishop there. Don't need to get it out that early. Yeah, knight on g3 with a pawn on g6 wouldn't be great, but the knight here performs a nice job, which is defending this pawn, and I would say like it's not the worst thing just because of that. However, one thing that I just pointed out was that the c pawn just captured on d4, and oftentimes Black kind of waits. Like, let's say Black castles instead of capturing, and then White goes like knight d2. Then Black might take and say, okay, well now I'm going to take, because I see that there's no possibility for your knight to go to c3. It's just not really often going to be the case where knight d2 is a stronger move than knight c3 if both are available. So by waiting till the knight commits itself here first, knight c3 is no longer available. Now I'll take, because I don't mind this. So the downside of what happened in the game is that White doesn't have to play knight d2 anymore and can focus on trying to get the knight to c3, which is a slightly more desirable square. And that's why I think Eric played the move a3, because knight c3 might run into b4 and a5, gaining some space. So a3, Eric wants to put the knight on the better square, c3, but he doesn't want to deal with b4. Black plays rook c8, and okay, as expected, knight c3, and now knight b6. So Black's headed to the c4 square, which is tough to sort of kick out, but White got his knight to much better square than, let's say, g3 in the previous setup. Howdy, MapRail. Good morning. A cheers from my coffee mug to yours. Numeroid, 74 months from Big Numeroid with the resub. Let's go, buddy. Thank you, and welcome back. Appreciate the long time support. Well, the knight c4 outpost is, well, let's call it outpost, right? Because White can always kick it out, so it's never a true outpost. But sometimes you just work around it. This bishop will usually belong on d3. It's a little tender on the c file. You don't really like to be like on a square where the rook is watching it. So again, bishop's d3 played immediately. Also, you want your queen watching the b pawn when the knight gets to c4, so that maybe your bishop on c1 can develop. So bishop d3, as I expected, automatic move when dealing with knight c4. You might end up seeing a move like d5 to kill this bishop, but I think for now, there's no need to shake up the pawns. Okay, h3 is always going to be a move. And sometimes when the knight goes on c4, right, you can look to play the move b3, like make that your goal. So as long as you're defending this knight, or you move the knight, then b3, maybe bishop b2 could be a good option. So I think all those things are possible. You could just ignore it, play bishop f4, rook c1. But I think for the most part, bishop on d3 should do a good enough job at handling the knight. Plus there's always e6 to look out for. e5, e6 by white. Sometimes that comes very quickly. Hello, Armin. Hello, hello. All right, so we got, and this is what I like about Eric's opening selection in general, but definitely this one, is that there's no theory that is gonna, put him on his ass here. Like, Giri is he's just a good player, like a lot of players in this event, but it's not like there's any theoretical edge that Black holds here, or not that Black holds, but that a certain player might hold over Eric, because he's chosen a line where you just kind of get the pieces out. The plans are fairly clear for both sides, and I don't think there's anything cutting edge that Black can bring out here as a surprise. Is this an invite-only tournament? No, this tournament's actually open to everyone, but only these 16 players registered. No one else did. Yeah, even you could have played. It's unfortunate you didn't know about the event happening. There's the h3 move. Big fan. And sometimes, why do we like an h3 move apart from bloody habit? Well, bishop f4 and let's say knight h5. It's nice to be able to have that square. So I think there's a few reasons. If d5 ever gets played, it's nice to control the knight g4 to e5 jump. And just one of those small caretaking moves that feels good to play. Holly Snorkel, thanks for the 7 months with Prime. Kazmagia, thanks for the 4 months as well. And Farty Party, appreciate the song. I'm not really doing song requests while we're doing the commentary, but if I can find some time, after one of the games and before another one starts, then I'll definitely throw it on. But I did see that you had some new stuff. Appreciate the 10. I'll try to get it on in a break. You go b3 here. So the thing about b3, like, it's a nice move to kick the knight. I mean, definitely. But there's a couple things that I don't like about this. Probably one of the main ones is simply knight a5. Now my knight and my pawn are being hit. And right, queen c2 walks right into death on the c file, plus probably hangs something when knight takes e4. So I wouldn't really want to deal with this. And on top of that, the most common trick that you should always be calculating whenever you play b3 and you have a loose knight there is like, hey, this knight can go anywhere. So knight takes a3 with a knight hanging there as well. So there's a few things to consider. I think knight a5 is stronger. Knight a3, the other move to always look out for. So b3 is definitely on the cards, but you have to take care of the knight first. So can't rush that move. Yeah, I wouldn't put too much faith in the clocks, guys. They notoriously have been showing the wrong time. Again, the event is not played on chess.com, so it's not like a direct feed. This is like a feed from the tournament, and they're just being broadcast here. So the clocks are a little off, but I I don't think Eric has as low as 6 minutes, and I don't think Anish has as high as 15 minutes. But what they look like right now probably seems relatively accurate. I think Eric's probably got less time, but not by something egregious. So I imagine 12 to 8 is pretty accurate. Eclipse Fuser, thanks for the 2 months with Prime. They've been watching the habits on YouTube. There you go. Thank you. And now that Black played h6, by the way, you know, let's say that he wasn't really paying attention, just played bishop a8. What White might be thinking, now that this has happened, is, okay, you know, I might play e5 and then play e6, loosen up this pawn, which loosens up the g6 pawn. Plus, the knight having to move, we're taking the e7 pawn no matter what. So, a lot of reasons why Black played e6, but that's one of them. Yeah, it's a 15-minute game, and you get 10 seconds every time you make a move. So e5 can still be played, but you know, with the d5 square available, something like this. Number one, you always consider this, because if queen takes, knight takes e5 is pretty simple. And let's say, even apart from that, knight d5 is solid for Black as well. But yeah, in terms of the center, e5 is going to be the push compared to d5. Just not sure if this is the right time, mostly because of something like this, I think. e5, if we calculate it specifically, it would have to be knight takes. And this is maybe playable. Could be threatening something like that. And if you got this, maybe it's alright. You know, even some position like this. You know, I think this is only, like, it's very specifically bad because of rook c4. Just concretely, but let's say if this pawn's on b3 or like this move doesn't exist, I think White's actually doing really well. You control this square, which means you own the d file, and you can always pop in here, bishop g3. Like, this bishop's not actually that great, so there are some positions where you can kind of trade a lot of pieces, but this structure isn't that great in an endgame. I wouldn't say an endgame, but let's say it's not that great with the dark square bishops on the board. It might be great in a dark square bishop only endgame, but with the pieces on the board, especially queens, I think White could make some threats against the king. Do I ever want to trade the bishop for the knight on c4? Basically, no. Basically, no. So if I do that, it's always going to be concrete. So I'm never just going to trade the bishop for knight just to trade the bishop and knight. Whereas I might always want to trade these two bishops. But if I'm ever trading these two things, it's probably because my very next move is like a specific thing. So I might take this knight if all of a sudden I have a tactic. Like, I push e5 and I calculate a line that I like, and I need to get rid of the knight to do it. I might take the knight. But it's going to be a specific capture on c4 based on a concrete analysis. Whereas other things like these bishops trading, I don't need concrete analysis. I'll probably do that most of the time. So okay, pieces are out, right? I mean, nothing special. Everybody's developed. Pretty reasonable game. I don't think Anish can be upset with his position though. He's got a knight on c4, two fianchetto bishops, right? But we've got the setup. We got the pieces out here. I don't think White's doing anything too impressive, to be honest. Like, you know, nothing about Eric's game tells me that he should have any specific advantage, but you're not necessarily looking for that from the opening. You're just trying to get the pieces out, so not displeased with how it's gone. So now the middle game truly starts. As they say, guys, when the position is, when your pieces are all on ideal squares, it's hard to make a move. And if you're looking at black's pieces, they're damn near close to being on ideal squares. What do you do next? Yeah, first world problems. So a5, b4 is like, it's a plan of sorts. Obviously it can't be executed with the knight there like that. And certainly something like this would be to be avoided. So this structure is kind of like something you want to leave intact. So Anish plays knight a5. Okay. Heading to some other squares. Knight b3 is an idea. Right, b4 is also an idea. We'll leave it as that, an idea. Because really b4, if I make this move, it looks like it walks into knight a4. And just pawn takes. So, not quite, but let's just say in the future, something like b4 could happen. Knight gets out of the way. Also puts pressure on this knight, you know. There's always pressure on e4 and the c file, so the main threat, of course, is knight to b3, but a few other things roped in there as well. But yeah, this is what I was saying. The pieces are so well placed, like black kind of has to change things up if he wants to keep making moves here. I saw someone mention d5, by the way. If black ever played d5, he would show a lack of understanding. It would block his bishop. White would respond e5 immediately, and probably just start launching a kingside attack with h4, h5, and likely just be winning. So the only way d5 ever works here is if concretely you can somehow get away with knight e4. But if knight e4 just loses a pawn or you can't play it and you have to go back, you're probably much worse. So any grandmasters in chat? Anyone maybe want to shake hands really quick? Nice little GM draw for the boys. I can see a few chat members shaking hands right here. Quick little draw. On to the next one. Picker, thanks for the 11 months. Yeah, $250, exactly. Bank that. And what did I say about b4? It is definitely a plan of black's, but the reason it didn't work here is because the bishop and rook are covering those two squares. So the queen has to retreat to a7, and then you just win this pawn temporarily. But the way it happened in the game, bishop c2, now b4, and let's say the knight goes here, there are much more options for black with how you can deal with it. So the queen suddenly has, you know, 4 different squares that it can move to. Also, after this, maybe not straight away, but you always have to give the consideration to rook takes here. So I imagine that it'd be something like this. I'm really trying to think though, because this somehow looks a little bit sketchy. So if here, knight c4, this looks bad somehow. Yeah, everything looks like it's hanging here. And if knight b6, rook c6 takes. You don't have to play rook c6, I guess. Even this might be playable. Take this next. This guy's hanging. It's just these like mass simplifications you got to be careful of. Sometimes. b3 might be a decent move here though. If rook takes, like your rook's trapped, somehow that looks wrong. Okay, this wasn't played. Eric's thinking after b4. The other thing that's possible is just knight there. Maybe he still wants to go here. sack the pawn and go knight c6 next and try to take it back. Like temporarily sack the pawn. That's a great term, by the way. It's just a good one to remember, especially as players who may be capable of blunders. It's good to remember the terminology, temporary sacrifice. It's sort of a good way to explain some of your blunders. But that's not a piece blunder, that's actually temporary sacrifice. And the term temporary sacrifice is sort of a condescending term to anyone else watching the game. Like, oh shit, it's a temporary sack. Well, I don't see the follow-up. What's going on with temporary sack? That's a temporary sack. Just wait and see. Truck Diver, thanks for the prime sub. But it's temporary sacrifice is kind of a cheat word that a grandmaster might use sometimes to not have to explain why you just sacked a pawn. That's a temporary sack. Okay, b3. Simple. If we takes, of course. Check doesn't seem to really help. Yeah, I mean, you can do this, but that doesn't really do much either. So bishop d3, let's say, as one of the simple moves. Then, I mean, this knight is just, it's not hitting anything correctly. Right? The knight on b6 is kind of strange. Right, and this pawn is just dropping. So if bishop d3 seems like sort of a non-option, but hang on a sec. Yeah, no, bishop there is surely a non-option. Okay, I think we saw a move. Takes. Yeah, so I think basically what we're doing is we're playing something that we don't really want to be playing. Let's put it that way. I don't think this is catastrophic, but a pawn and a rook does not equal two pieces normally. Two pieces should be better. Yeah, D Sanchez, I was looking at the same line, and I think it's worth it for white to not take on g6 here. Like, if white takes on g6, they get an extra pawn, but they lose this one, and they also lose the tempo. So by playing e5, at least you keep the tempo going. First of all, this is a serious threat. Probably have to take. There is going to be a rook c7. There's some temporary stuff for white. White has some active pieces, but he needs to be quick. So basically, if nothing really happens in the next couple of moves, then I think black's position is just going to be very, very strong. Like if black can play knight c4, knight d5, like all these comfortable moves, black's just going to be much better with the two pieces for the rook. This is the first game today, yes. Yeah, the thing with rook c7 is that rook d7 will be the answer. Right? Otherwise, rook c7 and then b4 would definitely win a piece, for sure. But rook d7 was going to be the response. As for this, I'm wondering if there's a specific downfall to knight d5 other than b4. Because basically rook c7 now looks like a massive threat, like a game-winning threat, so black needs to handle that. Knight d5, and question, you know, does white have something better than b4? Because b4 is kind of, you know, it doesn't seem like a good enough threat. Basically, even in the worst case where this happens, Black, to me, seems to be winning. Like, this knight covering that square, that's the only entry square that white had. These bishops are going to run the game, and rook a8, probably just black wins. So he plays rook c5 to make sure the knight doesn't lock the rook out of any activity. He's actually making a significant threat. Rook takes b5. But I believe the clock times are probably fairly accurate. I assume Eric's probably under a minute or something. So let's see what can happen here. Is bishop a6 gonna happen? Somehow he has to hang on to this pawn. And bishop c6, b4 does not look right. So I imagine probably bishop a6. And the thing is, the minor pieces cover a lot of the entry squares. So the difference between just being down a pawn, let's say in his game against Levon, the difference between just being down a pawn and let's say this position where you're down like a chunk of, you've got the worst end of an imbalance, which is 2 pieces for the rook, is that the pieces are going to be a lot trickier to handle, let's say in time pressure, than just being down a pawn. Because against Levon, he was down a pawn, but he still had a pretty normal position to play. It wasn't that difficult. But the minor pieces might be tricky. Keep in mind, bishop h4 gets met by g5, so there's no winning the rook. Not yet. There's an idea to play f4 and bishop h4, so I'm definitely keeping my eyes peeled for that. Do I think this is drawable? I think white would be the underdog to do so if you factor in the... Well, if there's a concrete line here, absolutely, but just taking it at face value, like 2 pieces for a rook and a pawn, considering the time situation, I think white's the underdog to draw. Is it drawable? Of course. Of course. And if b4... I'm wondering what's going on after b4. Because knight c4, maybe there's even some crazy move like a4. b5. Yeah, I don't really know what's happening here. Okay, maybe there's knight here, but then the rook kind of gets involved. Maybe push the pawn. Eric's played the move f4, which is exactly what I was talking about earlier, which was that bishop h4 is now a threat. It's now an idea. I expect... Well, there might be just other moves, but to simply deal with that, the move g5 seems possible, and I think g5 gets met by f5 and f6, maybe. Not sure though. I'm not sure if this is really a big enough threat. Like, does this actually matter? f5, f6. Are we really threatening anything? Okay, black goes rook c8 and says, look, you can have the check. I don't really care. I'm going to go here. And unless there's... no, I mean, there's no rook d5. Maybe there is. But after king d7, if you're not taking here and you're just trading rooks, I feel like black is getting closer to consolidating. Yeah, rook d4 covers the pawn. It's not a bad move. At some point, you'll need to play pawn to b3. Definitely a tough position to play under time pressure for white because there's no clear path. Also, this pawn is loose. I know right now, obviously, would pretty much lead to mate. Taking on d5 just isn't isn't enough here. And with a rook being traded and no specific counterplay, like I think black's just holding the upper hand. Like I'm trying to think of ways to not take that, and Eric's decided to make what I would say is a practical decision. Don't know if it's a good one, but this is a decision made out of, let's say, practical nature. I think this position is pretty much lost, which is what I've been saying. That black's consolidating, and long term, two pieces will beat the rook. Like it'll just win. So if you play this, like I think black's just gonna win this game, and Eric probably evaluated that as well, and said, okay, I'd rather play two pawns for a piece, especially pieces that look pretty offside, where I have bishop and rook that will always be making a checkmate threat to tie black's pieces down, and pressure on this pawn, which ties that bishop there. So I see where this is coming from. He's definitely a piece down, but I understand it. Like the position previously with the knight on d5, that one is easier to evaluate for me as lost compared to this one. It's easier for me to say that white is losing this position than it is for me to say white is losing this position, if that makes sense. I think white is probably favorite to lose both, but this white is actually able to do stuff here compared to the last position where you just kind of bleed out, slow death. Knight e3 f5 is a little temporary. I don't think Geary will be going for that. Like, let's just say it happened. First of all, there's moves like to attack that, but let's say no. The bishop just goes here. We still make the same threats, and g4 is happening. The knight is very artificial on f5. It's not an outpost, and it will get kicked away, I think. Now, knight e3 still looks like a big, maybe reasonable move, but I wouldn't expect black to go for this. Now, for example, here, if you play rook d6, this is great for black because of this. Right? This looks reasonable. Knight f5, you trade this bishop for this bishop, makes a lot of sense. So Eric played rook d2. Again, I think he was one of the better squares. Rook d3 doesn't look good to walk into that. But yeah, knight f5, bishop f6 feels good for white. Rook c1 check has to be king here. Black's pieces are activating. Yeah, and the black rook, I mean, it needs to stay tethered to that square for the moment, right? That's the thing. Is the clock wrong? No, I think it's correct. Eric's basically been playing the last couple, 10, 15 moves maybe on increment, it feels like. More or less. But yeah, now that the knight is plugging the d file, the rook is free to do whatever it wants. And this doesn't feel like something that white can break at the moment. Like, I don't know how I deal with this. Best I could try to do is like trade a bunch of pawns and try to reduce the total amount of pawns on the board, but that's going to be difficult. b4 is going to be played, and I imagine that should spell the end of the game. I mean, there's no way that this happens. That's too friendly to white. After b4, I think it's too much. I don't see any active things to do. Yeah, okay, and resigns. This is what I expected. b4 is too much. b pawn's gonna go. There's no threats. And the knight just plugs everything. It just dominates the board, supported by the bishop. So that's a loss. Round 9 loss. $0 gained. 0 points gained. Where did it go wrong? Honestly, not really a specific moment. Like, this calculation worked out well for Anish. So queen b5 was likely very strong with b3. This looks like a very good continuation. Bishop d3, like, maybe you're supposed to play this. But it looks kind of brutal. Like, so many ways to just lose. No way you can play this. And there's no way out of this either. Like, black is going to get 2 pieces and a pawn. Sorry, 2 pieces for a rook and a pawn. That's about it. That's gonna happen no matter what. So yeah, this line with b3 like might just be good for black, because I don't see any like specific moves to really improve, right? And it kind of just happened out of nowhere. Like b4, yeah, you can take it, but black's probably pretty happy with something like this. The pawn is loose, the knight's coming back to c4. Meanwhile, this pawn is still pressured. So there weren't really moments of lapse from Anish. Like, there wasn't really a specific chance that Eric missed, I think. It's just like a pretty solid game by black. And b3 looks like just a good line. Tempest, thanks for 100 bits. Thunderdazzle, 9 months. Captain Beckett for 2 months. Fang Duster, 100 bits. G Madrid, resub for 3 months. Biscuit Oil, 31 months. Padrian, 8. Padrian, thanks for the tier 1 sub. And Swomi, thanks for the 40 months. Exactly, Java Bandit. It was a pretty like simple game from black. Kind of got all the pieces out to ideal squares. Went for one of the only like serious plans in the position, b4, and then this calculation or this line does work out in a nice way. Yeah, maybe knight e7 is a mistake, but I mean, it's at that point I don't think I'm looking at a single move as a culprit. Like, the point is b3 looks good, and no matter what, there's going to be two pieces for rook. But yeah, it's possible. Not sure. Maybe you do this. And yeah, maybe you just have to play this. I could see this line being more playable for white. Do I have any tournaments coming up? No, I do not. Yes, let me update the title. That's right. A loss. It's gonna happen. 5.5 out of 9. And the next game is gonna be against Magnus. The next game's gonna be against Magnus. I think we have, yeah, I think we have the black pieces. I think it should alternate today. That's right, FK Gun. What's the first one of today? Yes. I think there is that game against Le Quan Liem, right? Which we lost early in the tournament. So not the first loss of the tournament. Magnus, just one as well. And I guess there's one more game. Yes, exactly. I mean, my buddy Liam Lee. It's 15 plus 10 time control, yeah. Yeah, I don't think anyone really wants to wake up in the morning and play chess against Giri. It's never gonna feel good. But what are the other choices, right? Everyone else in this tournament is so strong. Prediction for the opening against Magnus. It's never worth predicting a Magnus opening. It could be literally anything at any time. A lot of other, well, almost every other player in chess is more predictable than Magnus. Especially in Rapid. How's Alexandra doing here? Looks to be worse. Well, maybe looks to be lost. But the knights are going to be very tricky in time scrambles. Yeah, knight takes e4 looks like a very strong move. I think rook e2, rook f2 here. Should just be winning. Yeah, rook f1 after king g1. It's also GG. Yeah, she resigned. Nasty win. Nice little tactique. Did Eric win? No, we lost our first game today. We lost our first game today, so we are 5.5 out of 9. And we'll play 3 more games. Do I have a favorite football team? Not exactly, but in terms of nationally, I've always cheered for the Dutch football team. Dr. Squirts, thanks for the full year tier 3. Chess Lover 93 with a gifted sub. And Grinnifwin with the most important resubscription on the channel. 69 months with Prime. Thank you, Grinnifwin. Thank you, buddy. All right. Now let's see here. Let's do one of those. Let's do one of those giveaways. Let's do one of those giveaways. That's right. And actually, while I remind myself of things, let's play that song from Farty Party. Here we go. I'm remembering everything today. Okay, so let's go with... And yeah, these are... I mean, some of the stuff is just here. These are just like... you know, like mouse pads, mice. Yeah. Mouse pads, mice, just like keyboard, headset, this kind of stuff. Bunch of different things. Okay, we can start with one of these. Yeah, they're all like for the HyperX gaming line. I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer. So let's start with one of these keyboards. Let's start with one of these keyboards. And what we'll do is we'll go with a keyword to enter. And that keyboard will be Chief. The keyword will be Chief. So if you just type that one in the chat, you will be entered. As long as you type Chief. That's our guy. And then I'll roll for a winner. But if the winner is not from, doesn't have an address that they can receive the package in North America or Europe, we'll have to roll again. As I said earlier, the giveaway is just for NA and EU at the moment. That's right, get him in, get him in. Give you another minute here. We are doing a giveaway, in case people are wondering why we're spamming Chief. But if you see the whole chat spamming Chief, don't you just type it anyway? You know, it's like, well, I don't know what's going on, but fuck, I don't want to miss it. That's right. A sucker for following the crowd. All right, let's roll it. All right, there you go. Npon's mom. Npon's mom. Are you here, bud? Npon's mom. NA or EU? Confirm, deny. Is this a giveaway you can claim? NA strong. NA strong. It's looking good. It's looking good. There we go. Npon's mom. And he's a subscriber as well. Alright, congrats, dude. But wait, I didn't win. It's gotta be rigged. Congrats, Npon's mom. We'll be in touch. But I think the thing is just make sure to check your Twitch whispers and we'll make sure to send it to the right place. But congrats, man. Congrats. We'll be doing more of these, so don't worry, guys. Even though I rigged this one, there'll be another one in after the next game, and maybe I won't rig that one. So we'll see. And Pawn's mom. That was for one of the keyboards. Can I rig it in your favor? Guys, I can absolutely rig it in your favor. What are you talking about? That's what this, like, that's like the foundation of this channel. Right? You ever seen on Twitch, they have those like the polls where I think you can pay bits to vote more times. You know what I'm talking about? So it'd be like, you know, true or false or whatever, and you can pay money to stuff the ballot box. Now, Twitch has already thought of the scam. So of course I can rig it. For the right price, you know, the right incentive. Congrats to Npon's mom won the first giveaway here. Yep, take this keyboard here. Just set that one aside for Buddy. Yep. Is the price more than the keyboard costs? Now, that is a great question to which I will not answer. However, it's about the market rate. It's all about winning the actual raffle. Now, if one person says, oh yeah, rig it for 50 subs, and someone else says, rig it for me for 51, it becomes a bidding war. Suddenly 55, 60, do I hear a 70, you know? And it just, you know, up and up. It's an auction house, baby. Great song, by the way, Mark. It sounded good. 100 subs and ship it to India. Booked. That's right. It's coming from chessbrah. And once I do the giveaway and I rig it, then I can also say, you know what? After Eric's done his tournament, yeah, I'll get him to sign it for 500 more subs. The scam might never end. 10 extra subs, 1 day delivery, you know, whatever it is. You might pay so much money before you even receive your product that you won't be able to afford the customs when it actually arrives. Is chess.com down for anyone else? So, I wasn't going to ask that, but like, I wasn't going to assume that it was down, but I don't see round 10 popping up here. You know what I mean? Usually round 10 starts to show up here. I'll hit the quick refresh there. May as well. But yeah, I don't see round 10 yet. That's true, Amadan. Oh, there we go. All right. Well, this is the next game, guys. We got our loss out of the way today, didn't we? We got our loss out of the way. The church collection plate has been going around, and guys, we're up against one of the biggest chiefs in chess. But we got our own big chief. Eric against Magnus. And we got the black pieces. Here we go. Game just started. pretty theoretical stuff so far. We'll see when things start to change, but not much to say other than this is fairly mainline stuff. I think Eric played this against Duda, if you guys remember that game. Probably in my opinion, one of Eric's most entertaining and impressive games. The defensive clinic he put on. But this was basically how it started, and I think Eric went for this line with knight d7. Thank you, Three-Toed Prophet, Amadan, Alex Jebrak, Java Bandit. Appreciate the 1,000 bits. Ubuntu, 41 months with Prime. Guk with Prime. Big Boy Snipes, Awesome Sauce, all using Prime for the first time to the channel, so welcome. And Dr. Drunken Smuggler for 3 months with Prime. So deciding on, I mean, it's always a decision. There are so many variations to play here. And Magnus himself has also tried so many things. It's like bishop b7, queen d7, knight b8, knight d7, knight a5, c5. So we'll see which one he chooses. But I'll be honest, guys, I don't usually see Magnus go for very main lines. And maybe Eric is thinking about that at the moment. Just usually when usually when you play Magnus and you're, let's say, significantly lower rated player, he doesn't necessarily go for the most main lines, because Magnus is always one of those players that feels confident to beat or outplay somebody, and doesn't need to use theory. Doesn't need to, because theory, he might actually be worried, oh, my opponent's gonna know it as well as me, right? So I'd rather play a position where we both don't know theory, because, you know, he believes in his own chess to be able to outplay. So maybe Eric is like, damn, why are we we're actually playing just a regular e4 e5 here. And he's also probably thinking, what's very common in tournaments, if you have a game that you played against someone else, like Duda, and one of your future opponents goes and plays the exact same thing, then you're like thinking to yourself, wait a minute. He's going to play the exact same game, and he's probably just going to switch up some move that he's checked with the engine. You know, how confident is Eric to repeat his game against Duda when someone's probably, you know, gave it a double check with an engine or something. So anyway, Eric decided to go knight a5, c5, pretty classic stuff. I think queen c7 is like big main line. Knight d7, I believe, is what Eric played against Duda. Maybe I have the move order a bit off, but I think he played knight d7 here. I did, Amadan. I did. Do you mean how seriously are the lower seeds taking the tournament, Breno? Or are you asking how seriously are the higher rated guys taking the tournament, and how seriously are they taking the lower seeds? I wouldn't assume that anyone is taking the tournament lightly, though, offhand. Well, I mean, Magnus, the thing is, Magnus has been a little outspoken about his chess goals, right? You guys probably know that he has openly said, like, hey, I want to basically get 2,900. So because of that, I don't think it's fair to assume that Magnus would take anything lightly. Like, it's just not in Magnus's interest to lose at any point. He's such a competitive guy. This isn't for classical. This isn't for any rating. This is not for classical rating, but a guy who's like trying to reach 2900 would basically have to dominate the chess world. Well, let's just say the way he's been dominating it, but consistently for another long period of time in order to reach that goal. And we all know how competitive somebody who is the best player in the world is going to be. So I don't think he's ever really kind of lost his focus. Does the winner get 1.6 million? Maybe of the whole tournament tour, right? This is part of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, right? This particular tournament. So maybe the whole tour, something like that. So I've seen this stuff before myself. Black goes for these pawn pushes. Often the bishop sits here. Bishop on b7 doesn't usually look good after d5. So I think the bishop normally sits on b7 and like rook c8, queen b7. This kind of setup when the pawns push like this. But yeah, as far as I know, maybe this is a bit old, but as far as I know, this is still relatively explored stuff. Who's better here? It's still theory, that's why it's a little tough to answer. Like, white always holds an advantage in chess generally, especially if players are following theory. So, I mean, white's going to be slightly better no matter what. But yeah, I would expect some things like that. Okay, h6 is always not a bad move. White's probably going rook c1 next. And knight b4 is definitely a consideration. So you might be thinking about knight b4 here. Bishop back and then a3 by white coming up. Npawn's mom, thanks for the 5 subs. Congrats again, dude. Persistence module, thanks for 35 months. Guk with a gifted sub. Clever combat. It's switching from prime to a regular sub. Big decision. Thanks, Clever. See if we can get that T3 sorted, hey? Kif78, thanks for the 10-month prime. Besta series, 10 months. Take my energy and head mod Jeremy. 16 months with prime. Let's go, buddy. Yeah, I like what I'm seeing here. This looks solid. I think a3 happens because if you don't play a3, then rook c8, knight c2, I think is annoying. Yeah. Here we go. This is mainline. Well, I wouldn't say it's mainline, but let's say I've seen all this before. And if I've seen it before, then it's probably not recent theory. But I've definitely seen all these moves before, so that should say something. I think it's queen b7. Or could go knight e5, but I would instinctively leave the knight here. Attacking some squares in the center until it's kicked off. But like queen here, rook here, and b4. No, it's gonna be a game. It's gonna be a game. Bad chess, good vibes. 16 months, tier 3. Thank you, Rebecca. You see, Brandon, I probably told you about this line many years ago. I was ahead of my time. Okay, Magnus is busting this out in 2020. I had these lines in my files years ago. All right, that's just, there's levels to this stuff. I've known about this for a while. queen b7. I guess, I mean, bishop d3 makes some sense, like some rook c1, even knight f1, knight g3 for white. Okay, black's position is still malleable. There's b4 as a potential. I don't think you really want to give up that square for no reason, but okay, I have rook c8, h6, bishop f8. I have a bunch of like moves that I can play, slow moves. The other thing is sometimes the bishop actually makes itself useful from a2, but I think that's a little bit of a long shot. Bishop d3 is more common. Frenetic 27. Thanks for the brand new Prime sub. Yeah, bishop d3. Now, if you move the knight, you're going to drop the e-pawn. So that's why I've been saying I think the knight kind of needs to chill on c6. So then after this move, is it rook b8? Because I really want a rook on the c file in my head. So I'm almost thinking like rook a to b8. Yeah. Hey there, village. We lost our first game. We've only played one, so this is the second game of the day. But yeah, rook fc8, h6. These moves all come to mind. I don't mind Eric's position. I know that it's probably not the sharpest theoretical stuff that black could play. Maybe not the best, but it's a position, and I think it's one where at least the plans are relatively easy to understand. Okay, white's not necessarily crashing through in any specific way, so... Yeah, I've been calling for knight f1 or rook c1. I definitely think it could be this rook to c1, but somehow... it looks like there's going to be a lot of play on the queen side. Like, it doesn't look like the king side is going to be popped open in any way. Okay, after knight g3, black can always do that thing that I mentioned, which is play g6. That important move. Which side would I rather be right now? Well, I don't play e4 or e5, so I'd rather be exactly where I am. Sitting in this chair right here. Having no skin in the game. But which side have I actually played before? Only black's perspective. I wouldn't mind playing black here. G6 isn't necessarily important in this position, Jason Cassidy, but I've been harping on many of broadcasts so far during this tournament that when a knight gets to g3, then you just play g6 because it takes the squares away from the knight. That's how you dominate a knight. Same thing if a knight was to go here, then a pawn on b6 would do the same thing. So if white played knight f1, knight g3, I would expect g6 to be a pretty good move. Okay, rook f c8 is what I've been calling for. And yeah, so this made sense to me. This is what I was saying earlier, that rook e to c1, leaving a rook there. And I think that in a lot of ways, when you see stuff like this, it kind of separates the different levels of players. Like, to take a rook that's already moved to e1 in the center and move it to the open file, as opposed to taking the rook that hasn't moved at all in the corner and bringing it to the open file. The understanding to put the e-rook there, I think, says a lot. Just based on the nature of the position and the fact that, you know, maybe b3 or b4 might happen at some point, this rook is going to be useful either on a1 or b1. And if not, even if it just recaptures on c1 and black doesn't go for this and white doesn't go for that, it's still placed to handle these moves, which look entirely likely. And if they never happen, okay, that's fine too. But there's definitely a lot of play happening on the queen side and the center. Like it's all centered over here. So this is the move that makes most sense to me. Okay, so takes 95, the first very committal type of decision. I don't think there's really a way that we're saving this as white, right? Like bishop, are we really playing bishop b1? That's probably a really good question. It's not insane to play bishop a2. Yeah, maybe actually. More I think about it. Bishop b1 to a2. The problem is this pawn. So if you go here, rook there. If you go here, then I think we're dropping some pawns, and I don't think you really want to give up the c file like this. So yeah, I would probably expect that this is not something that really matters too much to white. Bishop c2. Okay, so not b1. Interesting. Rook c8, I would have to imagine, is a decent move. And question is f4 coming? Is Magnus going to play f4? Unless it's very concrete, I wouldn't say that something like f4 is really in his style. It's pretty committal, and I mean, he'd only really do it if the resulting position was very concrete, I would assume. Let's say something like f4. Okay, knight has to move. Probably knight c6 at this point. And it's like, you know, black has a relatively easy plan. Don't know if it's good, of just bishop f8 and unleashing a lot of pressure on the e pawn. So yeah, rook fc8 I thought was always going to be good, but now that black's played ed4, okay, getting a rook on this pawn definitely makes a lot of sense. Moot Patrol says, calling it now, Eric wins. Now, Moot Patrol, if you're correct, you know, you'll be hailed a prophet. But what if you're incorrect? You don't seem to be risking anything here. Yeah, 3-day ban. Yep. Yep. Put some skin in the game. Okay, so the complexion has changed. Pawns have been captured in the center, traded off, and now the focus is pretty much all on that e-pawn. Bishop f8 to me always looks like a good move. Sometimes though, the annoying thing about playing this is that white plays a move like that. And it's just a little awkward that you don't really have a single square to put your knight. And the best move to avoid getting double pawns is literally to play bishop back to e7. So sometimes that's a little awkward. Does Eric get more nervous playing Magnus than other players? I mean, listen, I'm not the guy, so can't answer. But from what I know, absolutely not. No. Magnus actually isn't a guy that you get that nervous playing, because in a weird way, Magnus is like, he plays the chess that's almost the easiest to understand of the top players. Like, in some ways, it's the most human. He doesn't play like really theoretical, kind of like computer-based chess. I think he plays very intuitive, and you know, when you lose to Magnus, you usually know why, and you usually don't feel like you got blown off the board in the opening or something. You just kind of got blown off the board in general. Like, you just got outplayed usually if you lose to Magnus. So playing him is actually usually quite fun because you know you're playing the best player in the world, and he always plays in a style where, yeah, you don't get annihilated in the opening from theory, so you always feel like you're in there with a shout. Oh, no pressure, yeah. Your expected result every time you suit up against Magnus is a big fat L, so I guess you can never really underperform. Yeah, so this bishop b1 a2 maneuver is always on the cards. Bishop b1 though is also just to get off the c file, so if white wants to use it, he can in one move, and if black ever wants to use it, the bishop's not sitting there potentially hanging in some lines. So just getting out of the way. The bishop is no use on this diagonal, so from here it still guards the pawn, and maybe you can use the a2 square later. Meanwhile, Eric's done what we talked about earlier, getting a rook to the e file, bringing the bishop out of the way. He's played h6, so he's kind of done all the small moves. Definitely the d pawn is a weakness here, but it's not something that can immediately be taken advantage of, you know, on the d file, because still lots of chess to play. Kevbot, you got your hat from the chessbrah store today? Sweet. Sweet. Alright, so b4 played. I mean, hey, you got firepower on the b file. It's about damn time you did something. I feel like Magnus is just going to leave it. Taking seems to help the black pieces, so you'd rather have black take that and just continue. But f4 is played, you know, pretty committal move. But if white doesn't play f4 and black's just going like this, then it feels like black's actually getting stuff done here. You know, black's doing active plans, whereas white's not doing anything, so f4 almost compulsory, I guess. There is increment, yes, plus 10 seconds. Is it pretty even at the moment? I would say that after bishop b1, it's, you know, sort of understand white's setup completely, but I would say it's still probably pretty close to even. It really depends on these moves concretely. This doesn't ever seem to lead to anything. But it really depends if and how these center pawns are going to advance. Because if takes, you know, the knight always has the c4 square. Black can't really exchange pieces, which would be really nice. You could get some piece exchanges. So I think black's just kind of exclusively throttling the queen side here. This was a Ruy Lopez, yep. You know, so d5 always will get met by e5. And yeah, this, I guess this makes sense, right? You've sort of got a plan, stick to it. Also kind of a small thing, but important to note, is that if the queen ever ended up on c5, like let's say rook here, rook there, queen c5, there doesn't appear to be like an incredibly dangerous knight move to uncover an attack on the queen, which is just nice to notice. Usually, well, you're definitely correct. Yeah, knight to 8 is definitely an isolated queen pawn. Usually, those get referred to as ones that are on d5 and d4, based on who has it. But that's just because they're more common like that. I mean, this is definitely an isolated queen's pawn. No question about it. But when you talk about an IQP position and some of the themes that are involved in that, yeah, they might be a little different than this one. So by definition, it is. But in terms of applying some of the same themes, I think it is a little bit different. Yeah, Magnus is really doing like some sort of Tetris setup. Like, there's a lot of firepower here. Let's just say my guy's looking a little weak on the flanks. Thanks to Ugly Ostrich for the 100 bits, AKD for 500 bits, Scooter DE 2 months with Prime, Chespionage 25 months, and Moot Patrol 3 subs. He's donated, predicting the win. Appreciate it, Moot. We'll see. Hello, Cuz789. If Rook A1, Knight takes F4. Are you guys serious right now? Do you think that the current world champion is gonna see Queen B2 and bust out Rook A1 to defend the fucking A pawn? Really? This is what you guys are analyzing? Rook to A1. Oh my goodness. It's worse than I thought in here. Good lord. Thank you, Otez Live, for the gifted subs. 1 and 2 and 3. Back to back to back. Hello, ladies. We have a move. Rook B1. Well, after knight takes F4 now, I imagine there's some genius queen move. Queen F1 or something. Queen F2 would still be not great. Queen F1. Queen C3. Is this playable? Hang on, is Queen C3 playable? Because if Bishop F4 we take this, and if Queen F4 we take this. So if knight f4, I mean, there's nothing to calculate here because you're just winning. And queen f3, I suppose, is the other important one. And then queen c3. So basically, no matter where the queen goes, you play queen c3 and you hit the bishop and you hit the knight. Rage? I mean, knight f4 is on the board. Knight f4 is on the board, and he knows queen c3 is the next move. I'm curious what the flying hell Buddy Magnus is going to pull out of his hat here, because the bluff has been called. So yeah, bishop b5. Okay, well, black's definitely better. You know, even just retreating the knight somewhere. Black's also got this hanging, and this bishop is defended. Yeah, oh my goodness. There has never in chat's entire life been a more important resistance training and learning how to hold than right now. This is like, this is maximum edge play. This is a true test of one's ability to hold. True test. Tirani's not holding back. He's sending some subs in. Those will go to the collection plate. Thank you, Tirani. Tirani SC2. Starcraft Buddy. Beardred, thanks for the gifted sub. M-Site, 100 bits to the collection plate, along with Amadon as well. Bob the Ninja 23, thanks for the gifted sub. Knight G6, yeah. So this is what I thought. It controls E5, and the knight's covering D7. So we jumped in, we took a pawn, and we got out. Okay, and keep in mind this pawn is still hanging. So the thing about this position is, you know, this rook is tethered to the bishop's tethered to the knight, this pawn is hanging, and white doesn't, to me, have any serious active threats. So it's a very strong pawn that we have. What? No, is he trolling? Did he just play bishop? Why does it say 1? Is he trolling? Magnus just played bishop a4 and that's it. GG. Can someone confirm that? This is a little too stupid. Did that happen? It's not a broadcast error. Oh my goodness. Misclicks happen. Or not, misclick, slip, brain slip, whatever it is. It happens. But hey, this wasn't the case. This wasn't the case. Where we sat here from a worse position and Magnus mouse slipped and we won. This was the case where I thought we're gonna be more than saying we take those. We deserve those. It was a great game. Knight f4. Magnus missed a little tactic earlier. We definitely take those. That's a huge KO. Bishop takes a4. He was in trouble there. We definitely take those. No question about it. Magnus is the GOAT, but there's a new big chief in town. And that dad bod has never looked better. Knight takes f4, boys. A little slipski and taken advantage of. There it is. A win against Magnus Carlsen is huge. It's huge. Just saucing it up. GG. Who was here? Oh my goodness. We take those. Holy shit. Might have to get a few KOs in for that one, boys. Might have to just hold the button down. Just might have to hire someone from the chat to just hold the KO button. Just hold it down. I think chat did an admirable job holding. That was a good lesson in edge play. Bob the Ninja, thanks for the gifted sub. Freddy Patzer, 750 bits. The Quadro, 100 bits. M-Psych, Bob the Ninja, more gifted subs. Andre, 5-month resub. A-Doubly, 10 gifted subs. Stephen Pip, he's in here with a gifted sub. Juice is loose for 5. Books are nice, 100 bits. Moscatel, 43 months. The Kazi with 5 gifted subs. Stephen Pip, resubbing for 3 months. We got the Iceberger in here with a... Oh my goodness, the Iceberger. What did you just drop on us? 12,100? Bits? 12,000 bits from the Iceberger. Holy cow, Latinum Blonde's in here with a quick Cinco. Danny Ritchie with 5 subs. Naprosto with 20 subs. Big Naprost. Lolscat, 5 subs. To the collection plate. Yo Bob, 10 subs. George288 with 5 subs. The energy is popping off. The sub count's popping off. And our guy's popping off. I've never been more excited to update the title. Six and a half out of 10. There we go. There we go. I mean, no matter what, no matter how you get it, a win against someone as talented as Magnus is always one for the books. And we were ahead. We were doing well in this game. So we definitely take those. It's a great game. Eric's stick was on the ice there. Nitsid Prime, thanks for the 5 subs. Kothis, 5 gifted subs as well. 3 months from Anthors. Ronster, 400 bits. 1100, 1500 from Ronster. Invisible Andy with a gifted sub. Clever Combat, Vinny Cow, and Miss Charlo, 67, with 5 gifted subs apiece. The hype train is leaving the station. It's left the station. We're all on board. Where are my accountants at? That's right. We do need a count. Any accountants? After a tough loss in game 1 today, come back, take out Magnus in game number 2 today. $4,500. Yep. Bank it. Bank it. JV so able. Yames, thanks for the 49 months of Prime. Submill with 5 gifted subs. Happy as a Hippo 71 with 5 gifted. Marsteezy 14 months. Thank you guys. I have a new full-time job. And it's gonna be a energy consultant. Just calling out subs because we are peaking right now. And we should be. I mean, there's a few greater chess achievements than taking out the GOAT. Let's go. Moses 34, 5 gifted. Thunder Dazzle. FK Gone also with 20 subs. Cuz 789. Holy smokes. I am just catching up to all of this. Cuz dropped 50 gifted subs on us. 50 on our head. Go Eric. Holy cow. Go Cuz. And if you guys just joined, anyone here, you joined at the right time. You joined at the right time. Droovy, thanks for the 7 months. GS Warrior, 13 months. Suzuki Vitara. RS Rome, thanks for the 5 subs apiece. M. Sharep with a fresh prime. Bread off, thanks for the gifted sub. One of the sweetest 750s ever won. I agree. Gen X Final Revision, 20 gifted subs. The train is still going. Making more in subs than the 750 for that win. And I think that's the way it should be. I think that's the way it should be. That win's gotta be worth more than 750. It's just a little sweeter than the rest. Oh, there's people joining that don't even know that we secured a win. Guys, welcome. Welcome. Yes, step right up. Behind the red tape there, yep. Grab a seat. No Name Dame, thanks for the brand new sub. Carwin, thanks for 100 bits. Jan's Burger as well. Soki for 4 months. Momshog with 5 gifted subs. Fat Ben for half a year. Roberto Pizzi, thanks for the $3. Spinoza with the Prime sub. Party with 500 bits. Badkins, Big Badkins, 3 gifted subs. 5 from BJH13. Thank you, Benjamin. Trismus as well with 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Triz. Oh my goodness, still catching up. Maprail, 20,000 bits. It's a KO just for that. We had a 50 sub bomb. We had 12,000 bits from the Iceberger, 20,000 from Maprail. Curtis, glad you're enjoying it. I've seen you here every day. Thank you for the $20 as well. Stream is lagging because of the energy. I don't blame it. My Streamlabs is literally about to break. The subs are coming in. I can barely scroll on the thing here. Java Bandit, no way. Lunatic. Guys, the support is off the chain right now. I appreciate it, especially on behalf of Eric, who, by the way, came in after his win and typed in chat. chessbrah dad bod. So we know he's here, and he said during his interview, guys, that he can tell when the energy's there, and it does mean a lot to him, especially when he's competing in these events. So I know firsthand that the energy in the chat does translate to on the board for someone like Eric. So appreciate all the support for this tournament, and Eric's making it worth it right now. It's been good so far. We can say that. So thank you, everybody. Java Bandit, 15,000 bits. I'm behind on all the support, guys, so I'm going as fast as I can. I'm trying to catch up. There's been so many people chipping in here and showing their support. So thank you. Twist, appreciate the 5, man. Disgruntled with a gifted sub. Real Cheap Shot failed $10. Red Ribbon 3,700 for 30 months. And you know what? While I'm catching up here, we may as well do another giveaway, eh? How about that? How about that? We got a lot of energy right now. Let's do another giveaway. It's not gonna be chief again. I got a new word. The new word is goat. The new word is goat. Nice and easy. Type it in chat. Just typing it in chat will enter you in the giveaway. Let's do this one. We're gonna do this one right here. In honor of Eric, we're gonna give away a Cloud Alpha headset. Alphas only. Go ahead and type GOAT in the chat for a chance to enter. If the winner is not from NA or EU, we will roll again. We're looking for someone from NA or EU for these giveaways only. Defile, thanks for the 5 subs. Googly9192, 3 gifted subs. Twist with another one. El Sharif, 10 months with Prime. Shorgio, appreciate the 10 subs from you, Shorge. AKD, 500 bits. Easton Creeker, thanks for the 5 subs. Ditto Bitto, gifting a sub. Fang Duster, 100 bits. AKD, 5 subs. Purple Devil with Prime. Thank you, guys. I think we got just about everyone in here. Must have got just about everyone in here. I'm gonna pick the winner. Last couple seconds. If you haven't typed GOAT, type it right now. Giving away this Cloud Alpha headset right here. Let's see who's the winner. Wilt the Tilt. Where are you at, Wilt? Wilt the Tilt. Where are you at, buddy? Is he here? And are you from NA or EU? Wilt the tilt. Do you have an address in NA or EU that we can send this to? Otherwise, we're gonna have to re-roll. Congrats, Wilt. Wilt the tilt's from Lethbridge? Really? Well, fuck, I'll drive it to you tomorrow. Fuck, I'll hop in my car. I'll leave it at the Tim Hortons down the road. Okay. Moj is popping off. Well, there we go. Wilt the tilt, congrats, bro. Congrats. Well, seriously, Wilt, congrats. We will get that to you. Just make sure to check your Twitch whispers. After the stream, sometimes later today or very, very shortly, we'll get in touch by Twitch whispers and we'll make sure to send that to the right place. But you got the headset, bud. Congrats, buddy. We'll be doing more of these, guys. Stay tuned for the rest of the games, rest of the commentary today. We will be doing more giveaways. Recap. Guys, I'm trying to just slow down with the subs then, would you? Jeez, I'm losing my breath here. I don't want to miss anyone's name. I do appreciate every little bit. But I will look at the game. We got some time, so enjoy yourselves in the chat. We do have some time. At the end of the day, this was a very quick game. And the next game doesn't start for about 10 plus minutes, so we do have some time. I will definitely look back at the game. Don't worry about that. YKY88, thanks for the half a year. Board Butcher, 5 subs. Chess Dowser, 15 months. Using Prime. We got MapRail in here. 20 gifted subs from MapRail. Keat Jr., thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Miko is fantastic. Great to see you, buddy. 5 gifted subs from Miko. Solenyaman, thanks for the 6 months with Prime. Gotchnatia, 4 months with Prime. Stud Kickass and B, thanks for the 5 subs. Twist with another one. Mike, oh man, great to see you, Mike. Mike McDonald Poker. Timex. You're here at a good time, Mike. I don't know if you've been tuning in every morning or if you're here now, but either way, great to see you, Mike. I appreciate it. 50 subs from Mike. JDM's MVP. Thanks for the gifted sub. Luca Tramontosi, 9 months with Prime. Tommy Fukin Shelby, 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Tommy. Gleason with 5 subs. Barnacle Goose with a Prime sub. Nugent, Tier 1. Fang Duster, 100 bits. Wrench Dubois, 10 gifted subs. Jovius with a gifted sub. Differential Forms with 10 gifted. Bill Clapp, 66 months. 66 months for Bill Clapp. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, well, Mike and everyone, with Eric playing the way he is, it's not just about, hey, we got invited to a Magnus tournament. This was fun. It's, hey, we got invited to this Magnus tournament and we've been absolutely clapping cheeks and we're looking good to move to the next round and continue the commentary and continue the shows in the morning. It's not just a hey, thanks for coming. Bill clapped those cheeks. Rather large, thanks for the 1 year resub with Prime. Barnacle Goose gifted another sub. FCST Fen, thanks for the 5 gifted. Jackal Mikeson, thanks for the new sub. John Pirate, appreciate the new sub as well. Tarani with 10 gifted subs. Goblin with 1,000 bits. Mac the Beef, 8 months. Victor GB, 1 year. Changster 93, 10 months. Aspiring Insomniac with the gifted sub. And I have finally caught up to the chat. Whew. I really need to hire someone to do that. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Let's check the game, hey? A lot of people might just have tuned in. They just see the final position. What's the context? What the hell happened here? Let's check the game. So, first of all, e4, e5. I mentioned that when I saw this is all mainline theory. I mentioned when I saw this that I thought it was, I don't know, just like a little unorthodox that Magnus was playing something so orthodox. Magnus doesn't usually play the main lines, especially in Rapid from what I've seen, especially against maybe someone like Eric or the lower rated player in the events. Maybe he would be more creative, but you know, it's not like it's not like Magnus is unable or afraid to play the main lines in chess. He's just such a good player that he often decides to not play the main stuff, take you out of theory, and say, look, we both don't know what's going on here, and I should be a little bit better in those positions than pretty much anyone else in the world. And he's proven that. He's made a career out of that. So that's what's going on here. Not much happening. This is mainline Ruy Lopez theory. H3, stopping bishop g4, pretty crucial before playing d4. Knight a5. Eric had a game for those that saw it. If you haven't, go watch it, because my god, it's a good game. Against Duda, Eric played a similar opening. I think it was in an earlier round. Yeah, during yesterday's 4 games. So yeah, that game itself was very exciting. But it was a similar line here, and I believe Eric played something with knight d7 and queen c7. He goes for queen c7, main line, and from what I know about this is kind of some old theory, right? It's been modernized a bit, but this is very old stuff where Black plays knight back here. He's trying to encourage this move. White never wants to give in. So White's going to try to maintain the pawn there. And Black's looking for knight here and looking to just push these pawns up the board, basically. Yeah, false slide. This is knight a5. This is main stuff. a5, bishop e3, supporting the pawn. Can't really stop the advance. The knight goes back to d2. And honestly, there wasn't too much here that was that surprising. Knight b4, you know, make the bishop go back, so White has to play this move, bring the bishop out, and then play rook c1 just to develop the rook. You'd rather do that than just play this, and White plays that. And then bishop there, because then they might not need to include a3. Can you see the eval bar? Yeah, yeah, all the subscribers here on the channel can see the eval bar, so just yeah, if you get subs, we'll get that eval bar delivered right to you. Bishop d7, rook c8, queen b7. Yeah, it's actually one of our top sub privileges here, the eval bar. So, bishop d7 and not b7, because d5 makes that bishop look a little funny. Bishop d7 supports the pawn, which, as you'll see from the next couple moves, will need some support. But the idea is, yeah, put pieces on the b file. The thing is, Magnus's position looks great here as well. So there's not much to say. It is what it is. This is a theoretical position. White's probably slightly better. If Black ever plays this, or sorry, if White ever plays that, Black's gonna respond knight a5, played for b4, and if they take, Black's happy to take back as well. And it was around here, I think, where the first critical decision was made to capture on d4. You know, takes, bishop takes, starts to look good for White. And Eric decided to play with knight e5, where you have the idea to maybe just capture this this bishop outright. Take the bishop, put pressure on the e-pawn is a pretty easy to execute plan. Minnie Wang says, somebody gift me a sub, or I'll sub myself. Damn. The threat is real. It's like taking a hostage. That'll be it'll be $100, or I let them go. Gotta really decide how much you like that person. So 95 I liked. It was, I mean, knight takes d3 I believe is a threat. Magnus decided to keep the bishop. We all know about how good the bishop pair is. Bishop back, rook e8, rook e1. Now the gameplay is all revolving around this pawn. Probably you're gonna see bishop f8 and move the knight out of the way. And it's all about putting pressure there. b4 for black is always counterplay. And if I'm honest, I could be misevaluating this game and also insanely biased towards Eric. But I like the position. I know there's a weak pawn on d6, but at the end of the day, I thought black had a clear plan, targeting the center pawn, playing b4 with counterplay down here. And I just never felt like white's position got anything going. Like it's good, it's solid, but the plan for white with f4 wasn't really a plan. It's more just kick the knight out, gain some space, but there was no real follow-up move. f5, you always have the e5 square, and e5 is dropping a pawn. So I always liked black's counterplay and just play in general down the b file. And this was a critical moment after queen b2. It looks like you're just threatening this, but actually you're probably threatening a lot more than that. You're maybe threatening the e-pawn in some lines where the knight moves. You're threatening the f-pawn right now because of the knight hanging there. And white's got this kind of funny compact setup with the pieces, which is actually a little fragile. Black suddenly has a lot of threats. Even rook b1, which he played, right? There's pawns hanging everywhere in that line. So I thought this was just like a good solid game. He missed knight f4. Eric capitalized, played it. No matter where the queen goes, something's going to be hanging. If you take that, you lose this. Queen f2, knight takes d3, hits the queen, and queen f3 or queen f1, well, that's what was played. Queen c3. And if bishop takes, you still lose the knight. If queen takes, you lose that bishop. Right? So just things are hanging here. The pieces are not on good squares. The queen is able to attack pretty much everything in the position from the c3 square. So at this point, after bishop b5, Magnus is worse. Knight g6, just going back, taking the pawn, and the game just ended abruptly. Bishop takes a4. I mean, Magnus is obviously thrown off a little bit. He just blundered a full pawn for nothing. Eric is better, and we're threatening this pawn as well. So Eric's position is overwhelming here, and Magnus, you can call it brain slip, mouse slip, whatever it is, some sort of slip, plays bishop a4, hangs the entire piece, and resigns on the spot. Eric didn't need to play another move here. So yeah, that's it. That's how the game ended. It was abrupt, but it's not one of those games where you feel like you got insanely lucky. Wow. You know, at the same time, Eric did well here, and he won a pawn cleanly. So this isn't one of those wins that you feel a little bit bad about. Definitely deserved. All right, but we have another game, and it's probably gonna start in like right now-ish. So that's about as deep into that recap as I can go. The next game is coming up, and we have the white pieces. This is the third game of the day. And look at that. Oh my goodness, my timing is impeccable. Here we go. So, first of all, we've seen Eric play bishop b5 against many Sicilians. Like, against d6, we've seen bishop b5 check many times. It's a Sicilian Eric's comfortable with. It's off the beaten path a little bit. It's not the mainline open Sicilians you get like this. And you can play it against knight c6 as well. Bishop b5 is also a line. I have to say, I haven't really seen this particular setup from black. This is the type of setup that if you're a grandmaster, go for it. If I saw anyone in chat doing this as black, I'd probably ban you from the stream. This is either a grandmaster playing chess or someone who's never played chess before playing chess, because there's just so much that looks optically wrong with this that you really need to be a good player to know exactly what you're doing in this position. You're either new to chess or you're a professional. Thank you to Dr. Lord Mayonnaise for the 10 subs, by the way. Lux is here. Alex is here. Thanks for the 8 months. Not done yet. Thanks for the prime. Steven918, thanks for the 10 months. Tristan Leonard, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Ryan Lore, 21 months with prime. Fry Guy, 2929, prime as well. I was a Florida man, 5 months. Bumpy Mary, brand new prime sub to the channel. 21 months from Bazooka Tooth 55 with prime. Twisted Kicks with 4 months. Thank you for the resubs, everybody. We have seen a ton of new people, and you know, hey, people might have clicked into the stream when they saw that Eric beat Magnus in the last round. So I'll remind those people that, hey, if you've never been here before, Eric and myself, a couple grandmasters from Canada, we run the channel, and Eric's playing in a very serious tournament right now, so we're doing the commentary, hosted by myself here with the good people in chat. If you've never been here before and you're not following the channel, it's free to do. Click that heart button. We'd love to have some new followers, some new people hanging around the channel. You're very welcome. Same thing if you got a prime sub, that's also free to do. Prime sub, you don't pay money and I make money. I said it before, I'll say it again. That is a very, very good interaction to have. Primers, followers, appreciate it all. Thanks for the support, guys. There's been a lot of people gifting subs. We got a very active and supportive community here. So if you haven't checked out the channel, look forward to making you a part of that. A lot of new subs to see the eval, exactly. Yeah, basically welcome to the eval stream. Take from Jeff Bezos, give to the boys. I mean, that's definitely a win-win. Thank you for the follows, guys. I see it there popping up. Appreciate that. Tree Boys, prime sub. Thank you, man. Phil Rosal, prime sub as well. Kaisuke Tracks, 2 months with prime, and 11-month resub from Sven Magnus Owen Carlson. You know, something tells me that's not the real one. I just feel like one of the last places he'd go resub would be right here, right now. Thank you for the 11 months. Yeah, guys, if you're wondering why some of the moderators are timing out certain comments, it's because the evaluation bar is a subscriber privilege, and the plebs in chat, we don't want them posting or seeing any evals just to keep the exclusivity of the subscriber benefits here. So we operate without any evals in chat just for the integrity of the subs. It just wouldn't be fair. Yeah. Jumpy, thanks for gifting us up. The books are nice. Hey, buddy books, good to see you. That Thomas, prime for 7 months. Thank you. All right, about this opening. So I said, and I was serious, this is definitely a very weird thing, even for me. Like, this definitely isn't the most common. I think Eric's setup will make a lot of sense to anyone looking. Look, when you've got pawns like this, then everybody's eyes should be immediately drawn to that square right there, the d5 square. There's no pawns that can attack that square, which means white's pieces are free to occupy it, right? So you might see white do things like this. For example, you might see rook there, knight there, knight there, knight there, knight there. Long journey, but guess what? The game's pretty closed right now, so you have time to do these maneuvers. In an open game where the center's wide open, open lines, you don't really have time to do these long maneuvers. Your opponent will be able to accomplish a lot, but you might see this knight reroute to control that square. You also might see bishop g5 to take this knight. The bishop can't control that square. It's a dark square bishop, it's a light square. But Bishop g5 takes the knight, which means I'm giving away a piece that doesn't control that square for a piece that does. So overall, the net to net gain there is some very good control of the d5 square. And oftentimes you can base your whole game plan off just a single square like this. Might see h3, another common move, knight d2. These are all on the cards here. But Eric decided to get the knight in and play c3. Number one, it does lend itself to a potential d4 push, but I think it's less about d4 and more about controlling the square. Right? One of the good things about not having committed both of these pawns ourselves is that we have access to black's d5 square, right, for our pieces. But guess what? Black doesn't have access to d4. Right? So white plays c3, covers d4. Black can't use it for his pieces, but the same token, white can use d5 for all of his, so it's kind of a nice deal. Another comfy opening, I would say so. Definitely like the look of this one so far. Eric's playing quickly, confidently. Not concerned about this opening, but to be honest, I mean, really, in all of Eric's games, even the losses, I've really never been concerned about the opening, which is a good sign. It's possible to get blown off the board in the opening, but getting comfortable positions out of the opening has been a big reason why I think the tournament's gone so well thus far. You'd play confidently if you just beat Magnus. That's pretty fair. You know, walk with a little extra swagger. Poppy Rosen, thanks for the Prime sub. Keki96 with Prime, and Baby Swan 79. We also got a long time resub, and this will give some of those new viewers who maybe just hit us with a follow for the first time, it'll give them some context. We just had Flaneur 68 resub for 72 months. That is 6 years. Flaneur, thank you, man. Long time support. Been here pretty much since the start. We have as long as people resubbing for 80 months on this channel. So we've been around. We've been around the block. Eric Charneski, thanks for the 52-month resub. Good to see you, buddy Charneski. Thanks again, Flaneur. Mattered Monkey, what's up, buddy? Great to have you check in. Just got done taking a Magnus scalp there, buddy Kurtz. What do you think of that? Kurtz has seen just about everything on this channel as well. Long-time viewer and sub. Have I ever played and beaten Magnus? I have played him in Rapid, just like this, and drawn. Never beaten him. Also never lost. King h8. Well, you know, it lends itself to f5, but f5 is a tough move to get in. Requires a lot of prep. Yeah, undefeated, undisputed. Former reigning, defending. That's right, there is a YouTube video on my Magnus game, for those that have seen it, on our YouTube channel. And for those that don't know about it, hey, guess what? We had a YouTube channel. And we release daily content there. We have actually 2 YouTube channels. So we release daily on both of them. And on our main YouTube, we even release a short every day as well. So it's about 3 videos we release every day. So if this content's not enough, we got a lot on YouTube as well. But that's the thing, we've been streaming for, you know, almost 7 years. Our 7-year anniversary is going to be coming up in a couple months, by the way. So we'll definitely have a fun stream for that. But we've been streaming for about 7 years, so it's probably pretty clear that we're going to have a lot of clips and content over the course of that time. And you'll find those clips posted daily on our main YouTube channel and our YouTube Extra channel. !YouTube or !extra in the chat to get those links, but lots of content. Lots of content to consume. Especially if maybe you just stumbled on the channel. If you're new here, goddamn, you got some catching up to do. Twitch is always funny, isn't it? While we received about 500 gifted subs and, you know, 70,000 bits, Twitch was like, hype train? Nah, not that hype. Would you beat Magnus? Not that cool. But you're thinking against King H8 and there was a new prime sub and 1,000 bits? That's fucking hype, my guy. That's fucking hype. Oof. Let's get the hype in the chat for that one. Yeah, we call it the scam train around here. We do. Freddy Patzer, Eric Charneski, thanks for the 100 bits apiece. I still think this maneuver of the knight is reasonable, but the fact is King H8 was just played, so you've got to dive into exactly what you're gonna do against this. King H8's a little bit odd. Are we really scared of F5? I don't think so. Knight G5 is pretty forcing. So let's say knight takes here, right? I think we could take this, or we could take this. Both of them look very good. This one looks amazing. I think white's just strategically winning here. And if bishop takes, I imagine pawn takes. I think if there's any other in-between moves, but yeah, pawn takes. And maybe even f4 coming up next, but okay, the knight can just retreat somewhere, maybe play d4. Knight f3, d4. Eric did beat Magnus, if you guys just tuned in. Yes, that is the case. We are playing in round 11 right now. Makasu Berry, thanks for the 10 subs. The Iceberger and Dr. Lord Mayonnaise with 100 bits. M Psych, FCST Fan and Juices Lose, thank you for the 100 bits. As we say, guys, we have a collection plate here at the Church of Chessbrah. You know, 100 bits. Imagine everyone in chat gave just $1, you know, just 100 bits. The man upstairs is going to take care of Eric. That's right. Thank you for donating to the plate, the collection plate of Chessbrah. Wilt the Tilt just converted to a tier 1 sub. There we go. That's the guy that won our last raffle. Appreciate that. Dima Pidima, thanks for the Prime sub. Maprel 1,000 bits. Tico Bro E34 for 2 months with Prime, and Xbalent with the Prime sub. So we do see this. Black did this because I think he wants to get the move F5 in. I think because we have the bishop pair that we should try to open things up. So I'm definitely looking at things like D4. Either B4 or D4. Well, B4 doesn't look spectacular. But yeah, these two moves come to mind. You also have to remember that the knight is a little bit loose. But yeah, I think we want to open the position up based on the fact we now have the bishop pair. And obviously D4 feels a little nicer overall just because maybe we get rid of our double pawns. So there's that. So if knight d7, there's no knight b6 anymore, which let's say would probably win the bishop pair back because we'd lose this pawn. So we're catching that in advance. It's not like Black had an immediate threat to do something there, but a5 is always going to be a great move in these positions. Whenever your opponent plays a6, a4 is usually great to stop b5, and then a5 means that it's pretty much impossible that it ever happens, right? a5 means if you ever play b5, you take en passant. Everyone likes playing en passant. Feels good. Two bishops. Eric is, well, there's a video on YouTube, not on our YouTube, about the bishop pair lecture that Eric gave, and let's just say it's probably one of the guy's favorite things in chess. So let's see how he handles it here. So far, the last couple moves, what have they been? They've been all against this knight, playing against Black's pieces, not giving them any squares. And there's no doubt in my mind that that White stands a little bit better, but Black has, he has a pretty simple plan, which is gonna happen, right? Eventually this knight's gonna get kicked out, and then he wants to play f5 and gain some space. However, after he gains that space, there's not exactly a follow-up in place. Yeah, I was saying f4, Brando, earlier. Yeah, f4 definitely makes some sense. The only thing about f4 is it just changes the nature of the game a little bit away from... Right now, you could probably play it a little positionally as well, that you have the two bishops, the structure is fine. If you play f4, then suddenly black has like a pawn majority, 3 against 2. You have double isolated pawns. So f4 is just a very committal move. Doesn't mean it's bad, but it just changes the direction of the game. Where white, there's the pressures a little bit more on white to convert things tactically and with concrete lines there, rather than just play moves. If you play f4 and then you just play moves, black might start to improve his position significantly. But I do think f4 is a very strong idea. It's just more about how you want to approach the position with white. Yeah, I mean, bishop e3 is always going to be a solid move. At some point, black's probably going to play this, pawn h6, kick that knight out. The question is, like, is white going to break through over here? Queen b3 and b5? Or is he going to call it out right now with just f4? So, it's not that f4 is a bad move or anything, but like I said, just changes how the rest of the game will go. Rook e1, never gonna be a bad move. Hello Yauk, thanks for the gifted sub. Luke Ser 42, 14 months with Prime. Amadan, Bequadro, Mr. Haddon, thank you for 100 bits. Pilkey for 3 months. Professor Elephant 1,000 bits. GC Kings with a gifted sub. Ethan Sapir, tier 3 for 22 months. I'd like to think we got not only one of the best, but definitely one of the biggest tier 3 communities on Twitch. Thank you, Ethan. Volaticus X, thanks for the Prime sub for 5 months. What if black plays b5? I imagine if black plays b5 here, probably take it. And if the knight took back, I think the a pawn would just fall. And I think as white, I'd rather like give you the d pawn and me the a pawn. That way I have a passed pawn and you just took one of my double pawns. So I feel that that would be a nice trade for white. 98. Okay, so 98, black does kick the knight out, of course. He's achieved the move f5. But remember, after f5, I gotta ask here. Is anyone afraid of a kingside attack? Like, when you see this structure, without really analyzing the position, is anyone like just kind of feeling when the pawn gets here that, oh shit, like, this kind of stuff is probably to be expected? Because I think it's very fair to admit that the answer is probably yes. Well, I think the answer is yes for more people than are saying yes. Because I just think it's completely fair when you see pawns just coming at your king, you lose sense of the overall evaluation of the position and you just start to get a little scared. And if that is the case, that's because you're a little bitch, basically. Like, that is the case, and you have to know that. Because in this position, there's no light squared bishop. And without a light squared bishop, it's very hard to imagine how the attack is going to be dangerous, especially when there's a lot of counterplay for white on the rest of the board. But if you think about how the pawns are going to advance here, let's say f4 happens. Okay, the bishop has to move. But then what? Right? Let's say this pawn advances, and I'll even like put some of these moves on the board. Let's say this, right? Say this move happens. Okay, maybe bishop here. Say this move happens. Okay, maybe knight here. And there might be other moves that could be played. But white's going to start to enjoy all these light squares. Meanwhile, this move isn't even possible. This pawn is hanging here. White's position is just looking great. Maybe even d4 next is just going to be crushing. So, yes, black can throw these pawns at you, but really it's like, are these pieces in a position to checkmate the king? No. And a lot of people would just be afraid of the attack just because it's an attack. Just because it's an attack. So you have to give credit to these, and you still have to play the right defensive moves, but you shouldn't be afraid of your opponent just throwing pawns at you because they're pawns. You know, I've brought up this point a lot, but chess is a pretty fair game. It's nearly impossible to walk up the board and checkmate someone by force. Nearly impossible. Oftentimes the reason you see successful attacks are because of mistakes. It's very hard to do some sort of forced checkmate, especially from a position that, you know, starts from nothing. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes here. But I think Eric is doing the right stuff. He's got his pieces all on great squares. He's pushing through on the queen side and he's saying, look, come at me, bro. Come at me, bro. So let's see it. Let's see if... That's the classic struggle, right? King side versus queen side. Black's attacking where the white king is. White's pressuring the other side of the board. Bishops. Open position. I imagine bishop d2 will get played, and it does. What's b5? That's opening the lines. I mean, at this point, black has committed so many pawns forward that as long as the position's open, I think white retains fairly decent chances here. But okay, bishop c4 is now a serious threat. Also, these two pieces, watching this pawn means that if white ever needs to win a pawn back, let's say, like this could always be played, but okay, I don't think that's on the cards. Well, my d4 thing was good, Brando, but black's always gonna play e4 now. When I was showing you guys d4, it's because black played f4, bishop d2, and after black plays f4, there's no more e4, and then d4 is fantastic. So if black played f4, d4 would probably be like close to winning for white or something. But black's gonna probably leave their pawn on f5 so that white can never play d4. They'll always have e4 as a response. So what Eric's done here is one of my favorite terms, which I told you guys about a couple games ago. Do you guys remember it? Temporary pawn sack. Eric's down a pawn right now. But it's okay, it's a temporary pawn sack. You guys wouldn't understand. Vic Vinegar 696969. Nice. Thank you for the prime sub. Giorgio, 100 bits. Here's $1. Appreciate it. Into the collection plate it goes. Hopefully it's temporary. Well, we wait until the end of the game, right? If Eric finishes the game down a pawn, then okay, it was a permanent pawn sack. d5? I don't think black wants to play d5. It's it looks scary, but the more you advance the pawns, you know, the more they are targets as well. Now, what I do wonder is whether this bishop is going to make an appearance on c3, because you know, these looks like fairly menacing diagonals. Bishop takes f4. I would only really consider if it was very concrete, like I'm getting something. But remember, when you do this, you also undefend the a pawn, so you got to be pretty sure about bishop f4 before you do it. You open the g file, which I'm not too scared about, honestly. Like, rook g8 isn't possible, so it's not like I'm afraid of the open g file. But it's more that the bishop right now is performing kind of an important task. Rook b5 and queen b3 and rook b1 could be an idea to just put pressure there. Stop d5 and also watch this pawn so that you can move your bishop. You can do other things with your bishop now. It's not tethered to that. That's right, JM Welland. Rook b5 is looking like a snack right now. Keep in mind that knight here, let's say to control that or just bring the pieces closer, I mean, knight takes on g5 is always something to reckon with. So instead of that, he's gone bishop f6. And, you know, we've been talking about the attack. It definitely exists, but it's not so easy. As soon as you play g4, there's a lot of other things that get weakened in your position. And the bishop on c4 covers g8. So it's not that easy for black to just get an attack going. Johnny Bepp, thanks for 19 months with Prime, and Adecker with the Fresh Prime sub, brand new to the channel. Welcome. Queen b3, there is knight c5, which looks like black's black's good square to be on. So I'm wondering about a potential bishop b4 here. Even queen b1. And is this for bishop d5? I think it might be. Yeah. So knight c5 is met by d4. Like, right now black's up a pawn, but I mentioned after this, I'm not scared of the g file. So this bishop, by the way, like literally owns the board. This bishop is so strong. It's very hard to deal with. G8 covered. There's not a threat in sight basically over here. And if knight c5, which looks natural, after d4, I mean, this position, white is just winning. This is not playable, in my opinion. Not even to be considered. And if you go b6, and you're thinking, oh great, you know, trade this off, black's up a pawn, better. b6 is met with a cold shower, a6. And all of a sudden, a7 is threatening to win the entire game. This bishop is just covering all the important squares. It's a madman on d5. Why not queen c7? Well, what do you mean, why not queen c7? What about queen c7? You're saying, why not queen c7? Like I've dismissed the move. I mean, there's lots of moves. Why not king g7? You know, loads of moves. Queen c7 is great, but white's gonna build up the pressure, right? There's two pieces white isn't using. So those pieces are probably gonna find their way to attack this guy and make some threats. Queen c7 is a good move. Just because I'm, you know, liking what I'm seeing from Eric doesn't mean there aren't tons of good moves available for black. But I like white's position. Knight c5, is there still d4? Now it's a different question. Pawn takes, there's no knight takes back. But there might be some sort of like queen takes f5 to even think about. Looks a little suspicious, but kind of playable. Takes and queen takes f5. All of white's pieces are on light squares, so there's not really a, you know, something like this. There's no square this bishop can go that's really dangerous. You just move your queen after. However, black's got a strong knight on c5 and might support a pawn there, so pretty double-edged. Was queen b3 better than queen b1? Well, queen b3, I guess, would run into knight c5 with tempo, so not that it's necessarily an answer to your question, but knight c5 after queen b3 would make a lot of sense. Rook c1 is another move here. You can also consider rook b6 to put pressure on d6. Rook b6, queen b5, rook b1. I'm trying to think about this knight. Like, this knight might be decently placed on c4. So like knight d2, knight c4. The one active thing that black has that I'm not sure that it works immediately, but needs to be definitely considered is knight a4 to go to c3. It looks pretty suspicious with certain moves like maybe rook c1 available, but still, knight a4 needs consideration here. Rook d1 to support the pawn push. Yeah, rook d1 makes me very fearful of this move in general. I still think that we can handle it with rook c1, but okay, rook d1 is like, if the knight gets there, it's a complete disaster, so gotta be a little careful of that, or at least mindful. But yeah, rook c1 came to mind. I like, in general, the idea of knight c4, but you have to remember, let's say white plays... So Eric played rook c1. I like the move. Let's say knight d2 is played just to, make a point. I'm just going to make a random move, knight c4. At some point, when you bring the knight here and it's no longer covering f3, you have to be a little fearful of just attacking ideas like these pawns moving forward, the queen sliding over, and you just don't want to like commit too many things over here without taking care of your king. So just something to be mindful of. Queen d7. Yeah, knight a4 can always be answered by rook takes b7, but then after rook takes, queen takes, when the queen was on c7, queen takes a5, and I don't think it's worth it for white to necessarily lose their a pawn to get black's b pawn. I'd rather have both of those pawns on the board. d4, like I said before, but d4 is a little different now because when I said it before, the queen was supporting it. So I don't see any d4 move. I don't see any d4 move happening here, especially after the queen now defends the pawn. There isn't even an idea like that. Because to me, what happens is black takes, puts the pawn on d3, and we need to have a pretty clear, something that we're doing after that. Ubuntu, I don't know that offhand, but I would say maybe yes. Yeah, that looks pretty disgusting, Hamadan, eh? Jesus. That's a wild suggestion. Yes. But yes, when the chat's suggesting this, some of the wildest stuff from the chat. I already know the chat's just bricked up looking at the engine. Like d4 and knight e1 from the chat to play knight d3. Listen, I believe you guys. You don't have to convince me. Fuck it, I trust you. Like d4 and knight e1, you guys are rocking stiff hogs. And listen, I trust you, all right? It looks great. It looks great. Two sets of double isolated pawns. Knight d3, queen d3, and bring the rook over it, and white dominates on the queen side. Look, I believe it. I believe it. Knight e1 happens, like, we're all bricked. Okay. Something more, something a little more reasonable. Playing at a sub-chat level. So, who can explain this move? If rook takes, then it looks like rook c5. So rook takes c5, and this looks winning, well, it looks comfortable for white. If knight b7, then a6, and it's pinned to the rook, right? Yeah, I mean, the knight can't move, basically. So if knight takes a6 looks crushing. This, however, takes. Is this a big problem? Rook b8 looks like a miss? One sec. There's no a6 here. First of all, you're about to lose a rook, and your rook is hanging. So a6. Not seeing it. This looks like a pretty normal blunder, if I had to say. Because I can see we're low on time. Takes and rook takes? What's going on here? Ah, take on f6. D-pawn is scary. Rook d5. Yeah, I was gonna say rook d5. If rook d5 wasn't available, there's some hope there. But with this d-pawn going, I think it's too much. Black just doesn't care about this pawn. Plays rook check and pushes this pawn and brings the rook here to stop the a pawn. But to be honest, I put that type of blunder in the wheelhouse of like, that's what a strong player would blunder. Unfortunately, didn't necessarily occur to me as I was looking at the variations. Rook b8, but it's a very strong move by Nuremberg. It really is. I'd have to take a look at that position. Yeah, okay. And that's resignation. Well, I understand at this point that it's definitely dead, but what is the... I mean, this all made a lot of sense to me. Okay, 91 would just be literally like juicing. Yeah, but the thing is, like, when you play this line, you sort of have to see the whole idea. So it's really not enough for the, you know, the guys in chat to say, oh, there was still a way out here, because this is an extremely unpleasant move to face, especially when you didn't plan for it. And I can see that this this is what was supposed to be played, because this is fine for white, and this maybe either leads to some draw or like you bring the knight in. I don't know, like maybe some perpetual check kind of BS here. But this looks very sketchy. Black's still up a lot of material with two connected pass pawns. Plus, it's not at all what you plan to do. Like, you don't play this whole line with rook c5 intending all that, which is evidenced from the fact that Eric didn't play it. But it's not enough to say here, like, oh, Eric just missed rook b7 and queen f5. Then he was fine. It's like, no, the whole point of this bishop e7 move was that he wanted to play this tactic and probably thought that was enough. But rook there is too strong. That was a very unpleasant move to see. Rook f to b8. Yeah, missed 91 exactly. So I think that you need to probably see this whole thing before you go into bishop e7, which is definitely not that easy. Yeah, 91 is just crazy. Just to put it on the board. You know, something like this is the dream. You get your bishop covering that, hitting that. These pawns are all immobile, just sitting there doing nothing, and you're just gonna win this pawn and push that guy. It's crazy. You guys thought 91, knight d3 was the point of it? I mean, but you guys are really roiding on the engine right now. Like, d4, knight e1, knight d3 is something not a soul in the chat would be able to produce over the board. Like, in a single game in their life. It's just like, that's just like a very, very impressive maneuver. Knight e1, knight d3 is very sexy. No, I would definitely be quite impressed if anyone could pull something like that off. Even if Eric pulled it off, I would be insanely impressed. Yeah, rook b8, pretty strong. So yeah, there was a way out with this and this, but if you don't see it ahead of time, when time's ticking down, I think he was less than a minute playing all this, you're not really just gonna find it on the spot either. This is a rapid game as well. You know, these moves are happening within minutes of one another. This is so dirty. It is, what I can see is that with a bit more time, Eric may have seen this idea of rook b8 and then needed to come up with a resource, but the way I see it, it's probably pretty understandable that when rook b8 happened, he just didn't see rook b8. And if you don't see this move, when it happens on the board, it's kind of a shock, because nothing looks like it works right now. You've got a hanging rook, and you seemingly can't take that without losing the rook after. So it's really unpleasant. That's right, a win against the classical world champion, and what is Norderbeck? Rapid? Loss against the rapid world champion. Great facts. Just came in. Why not rook takes e5? I don't know how to help you, bud. I don't know what I can do for you. Did Eric play Geary? Yeah, first game today. Geary, Magnus, Norderbeck, and then I'm not sure who's last. We have one more round today. Esipenko, exactly. We play Kostenik on the final day. Dr. Usidik. Yeah, it's been fairly consistent. I mean, you're gonna take your losses. I mean, think about the other players in this tournament. I mean, they're taking losses with the exception of pretty much like Nepomniachtchi, who's just crushing it. But everyone's taking a loss here and there. This is still a tough loss, and I know Eric won't be happy, especially knowing that there was a resource here. A chess player is never going to be satisfied leaving something on the table. Can you see the standings? Well, I think someone probably has a link that I clicked at some point, but the standings with the 3 points factored in, I would need a link to, because the standings here don't count that. Like, this gives you an idea of how people are doing, and Eric's doing very well, but you get 3 points for a win, so it's a little bit different. Because somebody who wins and loses and doesn't draw is gonna have a ton of points. Who won? Well, the game ended like this and resigned with this pawn coming down the board and the rook as well. Like, also this guy's just hanging. Like, White's not finding a way out of this. This is dead. It's half of them Holy Psychopath. So top 8 advance, bottom 8 do not. There's one more game today, and then there's also 3 games tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, I'll be back doing the commentary at the same time, 12 p.m. Eastern. Shatter's Bassoon 88, thanks for the 7 months. Prime, X Mr. Shep, 10 months. Cooley 666 for 11 months. Cat Rocket Moo 2,000 bits. Appreciate it. Yeah, you gotta come in with a bit of support, hey? When our boys beating the world champ, it's not a bad time to show up. M Psych, thanks for the 100 bits. Shy 1983 Chess with 100, and Houdinovich. What's up, Shyam? Just saw the scalp. Yeah, it's a big one. It was a good one, very deserved. It's a good game. 54 months. Thank you, man. Every day's a tough day, Sleazy. Every day's a tough day in this tournament. We got Esipenko next. Ajipov, I can already tell that you are a casual watcher. Your timestamps and landmarks for games should always be by moves instead of evaluations. Damn, how did Eric do? I stepped out when it was +7, and I came back, it was -5. The fuck happened there? Whereas you'd be more impressive to say, actually, I stepped out after knight d2. The position looked unclear, but I thought Eric was a bit better. What happened? I'm more likely to answer you if you type the second one. It just shows a little bit more class, a little more understanding. So you can work on it, you know. Everyone can perfect the act of being a advanced observer. But remembering positions by engine evals is definitely a sign to let people know you're a noob. So don't give him that information, Ajipov. It's kind of like, you know, when you play over the board chess or something, you make a move with your left hand, hit the clock with the right hand, and it's like, okay, we can all tell that that guy's a noob. Nothing wrong with being a noob. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But in case you did think there was something wrong with it, I've just given you the tricks to the trade. Right? Remember chess positions by moves instead of engine evals, and you will appear stronger than you are. Very cultured, very classy. Well, I've given you one trick there, Proclata, but you want me to give away all the secrets? Offense Gaming, much more well-received comment. I stepped out after my 4th beer, thought Eric had an advantage, came back after pouring my 5th one, and he was losing. What happened? You see, you're gonna get answers. You're gonna get answers from me when you say things like that. That is acceptable. There's probably a lot of people that haven't played over the board as well, and I definitely recommend it. If your first time playing over the board might be a little anxious because there are a lot of things to remember, like etiquette-wise and how to not look like a total idiot. And I'm sure you'll forget a thing or two, but that's part of the process. OTB is definitely worth it in the end. So I think there's this game is still going, although it looks quite good for, quite winning for Artemiev, not a discussion. And our next game, though, is going to be against Esipenko, and we are going to have the black pieces. But before then, we can do another giveaway. We can do another giveaway. Yay, giveaways. So, let me think what our word is going to be this time. It's never going to be the same word twice there. Nice try, cuz. Thought you'd get in early, did ya? All right. Let's go. See, now you guys are trying to guess my words ahead of time. Little do you know, I'm only going to pick something that I don't see in the chat. And I don't always pick animals. Come on, guys. Come on. Damn. You guys keep getting my words. I keep thinking of words and you keep typing them. I have to keep thinking of new ones. Okay, someone actually did get my word. Let's go with dubs. D-U-B-S. Dubs. Because that's what we're getting next round. It's a dubs only stream. Be a great end to the day, especially a day that features Magnus and Geary. To end 2 out of 4 would be still a great result. We're looking for a dub in the next round. In this one, once again, the giveaways are for North America and Europe, so we'll re-roll if the winner is not from either of those places. There we go. We'll do one of these HyperX Pro Gaming mouse pads. Yeah, and remember, it's not dub, it's dubs. Multiple. There we go. All you have to do is type it in chat. We'll draw the winner from that. More dubs. And we'll do a final giveaway, I think, after the last game, so stick around for that as well. And don't forget the commentary will be back tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, as it has been every day. Dr. Laura Mayonnaise, thank you for the gifted sub to our girl Adriana. Yes, 4 months. I think I've seen some of her work in the film industry. A lot of respect for the courage it takes to just make a name in a male-dominated industry. All right, let's pick the winner here. Last chance to get in. All right, let's go. And we got Irish Frank. Irish Frank. Something tells me there's a chance he's from Ireland. There's a chance. Irish Frank, where you from, bud? Where are you from, bud? Oh yeah, chessbrah EU. There we go. He's good. He's good. There you go. Well, congrats to Irish Frank. Let's see, Irish Frank. So, congrats, buddy. Took home this this pro gaming mousepad here. Well done. Not everyone gets to win a raffle or a giveaway of any kind in their life. You know, some people are just hard stuck, bad luck, but not you. Go Irish Frank. Yeah, Irish Frank from Lethbridge. Lots of Irish. We do have a lot of Irish people watching the stream. There we go. Luck of the Irish. We'll take it. No, Ireland is very appreciated here in the channel. Congrats, buddy Frank. And we'll do one more of these, so stick around for after the next game. Guys, the next round against Esipenko here, we have the black pieces. It's going to start probably in less than 5 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break. I will be right back in a few, and we'll get into the last game of the day today. Don't go anywhere. Thanks for watching. Stay where you are. We got the final game coming up. And congrats again to Irish Frank. If you haven't, click follow on the channel or checked out our YouTube. Those are free to do. Subscribe, follow. Appreciate it, guys. I'll be right back, and then we'll get into this last game for today.
To pick with you, cause you're lazy like a bone. You pull all the stops. I have a bone to pick with you, cause you're lazy like a bone. You pull all the stops. I have a bone to pick with you, cause you're lazy like a bone. You pull all the stops. I have a bone to pick with you, cause you're lazy like a bone. You pull all the stops. Hunting with the hounds, I'm a bag of bones. Can you set my bones? We are running with the hare and hunting with the hounds. I'm a bag of bones. Can you set my bones? We are running with the hare.
All right, we're back. Move one just played. Didn't miss a beat. E4, E5. Let's see what we got going on here. Okay, Ruy Lopez. This has been tested a few times in this event so far, so it won't be too surprising. We'll wait and see how it develops. Not going to say too much right now. It may end up being one of the exact same lines that we've seen, right? Duda, Magnus. We've seen this before. And I think it was Warshep who I saw say it, although I'm sure a few people have noticed. But Eric's been doing really well with the black pieces. Right? Not always what you'd expect, but I would say in Rapid, the difference between white and black is minimized compared to Classical. It's a big deal to have the white pieces sort of have that initial push and advantage, but still, to have such a good record with the black pieces is impressive against a strong field. Well, Phantom JD, when it comes to advancing to the next round and finishing top 8 versus bottom 8, I don't think anyone would be surprised to know that Eric has a very good chance of qualifying. He's been killing it this tournament, but that's another lesson in holding your KOs, because anything can happen in the last couple days. Anyone can beat anyone in this tournament, and you never want to count your eggs before they're hatched. So one game at a time. But definitely it's looking, much better than, for example, before the tournament started. And he continues to put in good performances. All right, so does anyone recognize this? We've seen it before. Do you think Eric is going to play what he just played against Magnus? Or what he played against Duda? Or something different? Because so far, we've seen this almost every game. Isn't Eric a Sicilian player? Well, remember, guys, like, some of the things that you might see Eric play in his tournament games or on stream versus now in Rapid, they might be a little different. You're not always going to play your main repertoire all the time. When you're playing very strong players, it's extremely important, and essentially you'll never be a top player unless you have like a really sturdy, solid opening that you could bust at. And I mean like an S tier opening. Something like E4, E5. The Sicilian is, let's just say, a double-edged opening, and if it's the only thing you can play as black, you're gonna get into really like serious slugfests all the time, and it's absolutely requisite to have in your repertoire as a chess player a very solid option, something you can play that's like one of the best openings, that's equal or playing for equality, gives you the best chance. And E4, E5 is like one of the best openings in chess for a reason. So I think E4, E5 needs to be in every strong player's repertoire. MVL disagrees. Great. MVL disagrees, and 1 billion other chess players agree. You got me. Jerome disagrees. Yes, but now I've popularized the Jerome that it is a solid top tier opening. How dare you call the Jerome not a solid, equalizing top tier opening? It's disrespectful. Hey Mark, how's it going? I said earlier I don't play either. Exactly. I'm proof of my own point. I don't have a solid, sturdy, equalizing opening. That's why I'm not a top player. That's exactly right. Kirksey, thanks for the 4 months with Prime. D's Knights with the Prime sub. Jumpy gifting to Mark. Thanks, Jumpy. Okay, so I believe that we've seen something like this before. This is closer to Eric's game against Duda. C4 and knight d7, stuff like that. I don't remember the exact move order, but it was definitely comparable. How'd the game after Magnus go? Well, it was good. It was just finished. It was against Nordebek, and I don't know how to really describe the game. Nordebek played well. Like he never really missed anything serious. I thought Eric was playing fantastic, but then Eric went for a tactic which had an answer, strong answer from his opponent that he missed. And he still had a way to save the game, maybe for equality at that point, but because he had missed things and he was lower on time, it's very easy to get thrown off in that situation, and so we ended up losing. And yes, I do need to update the title now that I'm just thinking about the score. 6.5 out of 11. There we go. Okay, a little bit of a different move. Now, I say different move because I'm thinking of the Duda game. I think Eric had c4, knight d7. Sometimes in positions like this, strangely enough, Black can go for one of the weirdest kind of like setups. let's say, you know, rook c8 or something. Knight d2, you know, g6, knight here. And yeah, there might be some other moves, but just to show the setup, like knight e8, knight g7, and let's say something like knight d8, just to keep putting things on the board, and f6 and knight f7. Sometimes you really see black do this like crazy long reroute of the knight to f7. Yeah, but c4 first makes some sense, but after b4, knight b7, you sort of see what I'm saying, that the knight from b7 after b4, where in the hell is it going, right? Can't go to c5, there. Where's the knight from b7 going? It's going to f7. That's the answer. So knight b7 after b4, you're probably going to play something like, say, a5. And I think you can just leave it there, knight f1. Sometimes this even favors white to have the c3 square. And black might do something like this. Double the rooks. And then like knight d8. And you do want to play knight e8, knight g7, f6, and get the two knights here. So I'm just saying, long term, that might be what you guys see happening, just so it's not too much of a surprise. Because it is kind of a weird maneuver, but you have to appreciate the knight has nowhere else to go. From b7, nowhere. From d8, nowhere. So it just, f7 is literally only square on the board for that knight. But if you go for it, it is a pretty sturdy plan, and it's really easy to execute. You know exactly what your moves are going to be. Exactly, Kanan. Pretty much what I was just saying. That, yeah, it's a clear plan. It needs to happen. The knight on b7 is pretty much nothing. So apart from a5 and knight going to f7, black doesn't have many other plans here. And those plans have been established to be pretty strong and pretty effective historically. So I don't... Like, I don't think it's a problem. I think in rapid, this is good. He's going to have a lot of moves that are pretty a la tempo. Like, he doesn't need to think a lot about them because kind of knows what he has to do. Yeah, knight reroutes. Well, remember that you know, rerouting a knight for so many moves is also going to be way more acceptable in a position that's closed, and that's what you see right here, right? These pawns all locked up, and that allows people to make these long knight maneuvers. If you don't lock the position up, let's say this pawn is here and this pawn is here, then it would be a little crazy to do that because things could still be captured and files opened up, and you don't want to be wasting time like that. That's right. Both of the players in this game, I believe, have beaten Magnus in this tournament. Yeah, Magnus is not without his licks in this event. But really, if you finish top 8, if you finish top 8, you have a good chance of making the final if you're Magnus, because you don't need to finish first. You finish top 8, you still qualify to the next round. Nepo is popping off, however. Absolutely, he is. It's top 8 after tomorrow, so there's 3 more games tomorrow. The last 3 of the event, and then we'll really know everything about who's top 8. Dan's Floor, thanks for the prime sub. Go Dan's Floor. Can this bishop reroute to b6? Absolutely. Usually, you wouldn't see this bishop reroute here before you saw this knight reroute here, but both moves probably need to happen. When I see a4, the other thing that I would definitely consider in a position like this is a5, because I feel like you either take it and play a5 or play a5 right away. If white gets to play a5, I'm not really sure if I like that. But white playing a4 is a little different. He's not just going straight for this and letting black have a5. He wants to strike. Is knight h5, knight f4 a good reroute? Not really. In this position, it would probably maybe even just get taken, and the pawn would just fall after queen d2. You'd have to play g5. It's like not really what you want. And knight h5 always falls victim to knight takes e5 as a trick, so you would need this move before you did any of that. But yeah, I think this is the start of maybe this plan. Because knight e8, knight g7, you can also consider just f5, too. Who's left for Eric to play? Yeah, definitely Nepo and Kosteniuk, and the other one is Vincent Kamer. We've already played Artemiev, so tomorrow's games are Nepomniachtchi, Kamer, and Kosteniuk. Just 3 more. Yeah, Fianchetto Knight, exactly. Eric level 7, thanks for the 2 months. I am bonjour. Yes, sir. Time also seems reasonable here as well. Eric isn't getting too low on the clock. Like, it seems like all these e4, e5 positions he's fairly comfortable with. But yeah, knight h5 now to maybe go even back to g7 makes some sense. White playing knight d2 wouldn't surprise me here. I'm trying to think what else you might consider. a5 to me is always on the cards. I think I'm pretty good in closed positions. I think I'm a lot better in closed positions than open positions, that's for sure. Another way that Eric can try to free up some of his pieces is like, you know, bishop f8 is always an option. Try to trade these. King h8, knight g8 kicks the bishop out, but king h8, knight g5 is a little annoying to meet, so I'm not sure it really works. Like, you know, it's a little embarrassing to try to kick the bishop out and mate yourself. Don't want that to happen. Yeah, closed positions really don't bother me. I quite like them, actually. This is the first game after Carlsen. This is the second. So this is the final game for today. This is round 12. And there's 16 players, 15 games, round robin. So this is round 12, and there's 3 games tomorrow to make 15 total. I'm really expecting knight here, but the time spent is making me wonder if he's really thinking about something like g4. Because remember, when things are so closed on, like, let's say every other side of the board, you do consider moves like g4, you know, slightly more aggressive moves. I'm also wondering about rook e8. Maybe I might have considered rook c8 in order to facilitate knight e8, knight g7. Definitely a big think here for Esipenko. I was mentioning that I thought a5 made a lot of sense. So he's gone for it. Basically, anchoring the b6 square if he ever needs to use it for the bishop. Black's bishop will not be able to get there so easily, which is something that after like takes, black could always look to get on this diagonal, which would be great. So he does this, but by doing this, he's not playing g4, which gives Eric time to get his knight to g7 and swing this knight over here. So I don't know if he's going to consider a different way to play as black, but to me, you know, these kind of things look pretty logical. If g4, do I consider taking it? Definitely not. Definitely not. All right, lo and behold, f6 has been played. Looks good. Knight's coming to f7, guys. And these are going to be really quick and easy moves to play. Knight d8, knight f7. So I like this in rapid. Here come the pieces. Maybe queen d2. Depends. I think you sort of want to play g4 and knight g3. But maybe after g4, black could consider knight f4. I wouldn't go knight f4 immediately because... okay, this is exactly what I was expecting. And after bishop back, these two pieces on the f4 square means I think g4, knight g3 is coming next. But these positions are really tough to win. Yeah, for either side, if I'm honest. Like, basically I was telling you guys around here that as soon as we saw things close up with d5, that, you know, one of the major plans for this knight is to end up on f7. And now we see that happening. It's just really tough for white to win these games when it's so closed off everywhere except the king side. You know, black's plans are not difficult here. Yeah, black is thinking about f5, definitely, at all times. White, however, I think is likely preparing g4. g5 is an option to trap the bishop on the last turn. Well, I guess g5, h4. Right? g5, h4 is always always the answer. And I guess you gotta be pretty sure about that. I mean, black's pieces aren't exactly in a position to take advantage of something like that, so I wouldn't be too confident. Like, basically, you have to trap my bishop if you're playing g5. You have to win it, or probably it's a bad move. And after this in h4, even if you could play g4, it doesn't matter. Like, white's going to be happy to see stuff like that. Black probably doesn't want to weaken the king side unnecessarily. Yeah, the clock has been much better this game for sure. Okay, the pieces are getting out. A long-term, very kind of funny maneuver is like this. Just to get to a good diagonal. But probably save that for later. Draw wouldn't be a bad result here, definitely not. Alright, he's going straight for it. F5 now, and it's really whether you prepare it a bit more. Yeah, you could prepare it more, but at some point, probably the move F5 was going to happen. The reason, though, that he played it now is he probably didn't want to deal with G4, right? Plain and simple. The move G4 is going to clamp F5 and allow white to pretty much get everything he wants. I don't necessarily think black is significantly worse there, but definitely not better. Okay, so guess what? We're threatening, you know, an idea like maybe f4 and just gain all the space, push these pawns. We're not trapping the bishop, which is important to know. Black can always chuck it on b6, which is a pretty important detail. Mount Shark, thanks for the 9 months with Prime. Takes, we're gonna take back with the pawn. Yeah, to support this pawn as well, we can always bring the knight back to g7. This looks nice and active. Let's say takes, pawn takes. I'll just throw this move in. You know, don't think we want to play this. Let's say knight e3, just to put a move on the board. Attacking this, I think knight g7. Because I'm not sure that I want to push this pawn and give up some of these light squares. Similarly, I'm not sure I want to push this pawn. And, you know, this guy's the target. The more pawns you push, the more I get concerned that things are just going to start dropping. The knight can pop into either one of these squares, even knight f5 here. This starts, you know, I'm pushing my pawns way too far when I've got my queen over here and my pieces just aren't in the game. White's looking really active. So I don't think we want to get out of hand pushing the pawns forward. So that's why I'm thinking that it would be knight g7 to just support these guys and maybe tuck the king away, maybe slide the rooks over. So that's why I think white is going to take this, because like you just need some open lines. I don't think you can let black play f4 g5 because you're just going to be worse. Yeah, so this was played. The time I imagine is relatively even, but I think Eric's probably up at the moment. Like the clocks look even right now, but based on how much time I've seen Esipenko take, I don't think these clocks are accurate. Eric's been playing pretty quickly and his plans are relatively simple, so I'm sure he has an edge on the clock. You're thinking queen c8 to sack on h3. Jeez, you guys can't help yourselves, can you? Listen, it's not that I don't like queen c8. Not that I don't like queen c8, but let's get the pieces over, right? Put the rook there. What I don't like about queen c8 is it disconnects your rooks. All right? It disconnects the rooks, right? It's nicer to have rook here, somewhere, and then play queen c8 so that there's no more pieces that are left on the queen side. Just from a caretaking perspective, it's nicer to get all your pieces over here and then play queen c8. You play it now and bishop h3 doesn't work out, then it's like in order to get your rook in the game, you have to move your queen again, and then, you know, you're wasting a lot of time there. Yeah, this looks like a very good move by white. Good understanding, like the rooks are gonna do well there and the f-pawn is gonna be under attack. f4. So I actually like the way that Esipenko is playing this at the moment. Because if black goes here, let's just say, then, you know, the bishop goes here, the knight can get to e3 blockade. That somehow looks really cozy. This is, I think, on the board. Yeah, knight f1. So I don't think we want to do this, but we need to bring these rooks around, I think. That's the next step. The knight's doing a good job from g7. So yeah, let's get the queen over. Let's maybe slide the rooks over. And once we do that, Eric's pieces will be all quite well placed. Black's queen might sit very nicely on g6. Rook on the g file, rook e8, and then we're kind of ideally placed to continue. Well, I think f4 has been very good for white for sure. Takes, it's always going to be pawn takes though. Threatening f4. This move I like. It's nice to see though that like black has moves that you can envision happening. Whereas if I asked you like to tell me the next 5 moves for white and the next 5 moves for black, I think you'd be easier. Yeah, I think it would be easier to just say black's like queen here, rook there, maybe queen g6, other rook to e8, maybe knight h5 at some point. There's going to be a threat on the knight. If takes, we always take back with the pawn. That's sort of what black wants to do. And if you think about the next 5 moves for white, it's like, okay, I could bring this rook in, but then what? You know, this knight's kind of pinned right now. Maybe king h2 is a move. Is bishop b6 really a move? That doesn't look like it does that much. Maybe bishop f2 to move this knight somewhere. But you see, hopefully you see what I mean. It's a little tougher for white to answer the same question. But maybe bishop here and knight e3, try to put pressure on that pawn. So this is the current position. Rook e2, getting out of the pin. Well, there's Eric's move immediately. Well, surprise, surprise. Eric's played the 2 most obvious moves. Queen f6, queen g6. This is now a serious threat. White is either going to go bishop f2 or king h2. King h2 looks reasonable because it looks like a move that you might want to play anyway. Although bishop f2 opening up the rooks is never going to be a mistake. Yeah, there's bishop f2. Probably both of those moves are going to end up being played anyway. So something that always needs to be considered is, you know, in this case, rook g8. And I think if black's other rook on a8 was on g8, he would be nearly optimally placed at this point. You have to be mindful in the future of, like, you know, when this king moves or something, knight takes f5 or some knight move uncovering the threat on the bishop. It's nothing to worry about at the moment because that's a check. But just always got to be cautious of undefended pieces like this bishop on h4. Do you ever play e4? You really want to avoid it for the most part. It's not as bad as you might think, but... or rather, I should say, it's probably not as good as you might think. Like e4 for black, looks very tempting, but you see these grandmasters maintain the tension. There might be a case where e4 gets played or it might have to get played. But let's just say, even if he plays it, he's probably not that happy to do so. You play this, you give up the d4 square, you give up the e3 square. But at the same time, you can kind of close things off and then maybe go h5 and focus everything on the g file. So I could definitely see a case for it. I wouldn't do it now or really anytime soon, but e4 I would try to stay away from as long as possible in this game. I just talked about undefended pieces, so I mean, I may even have a tactical reason why we shouldn't touch the move e4, but it shouldn't be looked at anyway. Just strategically, it gives up every square in the book. So something like this, for example. Is white going knight h2, knight f3? Well, no, because the knight's hanging. Maybe they wish. White probably wants to go like king h2 or just move this knight, even knight h1, like trade. White would want to trade these bishops, I would think. d8 reroute. No, I think at this point the bishop probably needs to stay on the king side. This is just way too slow, especially with things potentially opening up. And there's no other maneuver other than this to reroute the bishop, so I think it's too slow. Bishop probably needs to hang out here. Knight h5 can be considered, but it's always tough to consider these moves when all your pieces aren't fully in play. Like, you know, if Eric's rooks were doubled here, or if this rook was all the way over on g8, moves like knight h5 would be much easier to consider. Well, e4 always runs into knight takes e4, yeah, in general. So you wouldn't consider it because of that, but e4 is also probably just not a great move anyway. Yeah, rook g8 and knight h5 we get. But okay, you move the rook away and suddenly this pawn is a little loose. Eric has to make sure he's keeping these pawns under control. So why no rook g8 yet? Well, buddy, he's calculating. You know, that's why there's time on the clock to calculate. These guys don't get to play the game and just see the best move and know the evaluation. You have to calculate. I'm sure Eric is well aware that rook g8 is a decent idea, but he's got to evaluate, make sure that, you know, something like this, maybe there's a rook sack that's quite dangerous all of a sudden with that bishop coming to d4. Like, everything needs justification, and that's why the time is there. These guys got to calculate on their own. Artel33, thanks for the gifted sub. And Yoda the 100 bits. Okay, queen h6 was played. Pretty clear idea. Also guards the bishop. Oh, well, I can tell you guys this move's gonna be played. Nice little shuffle ski for the boys. We all know you always repeat once. Always repeat. You get to do a quick oil check on your opponent. Lift the kimono. See what they're really up to over there. Get to see what mindset they're in. Do they want to draw? Do I want to draw? And it's kind of a standoff because, you know, Eric doesn't want to play this. He also doesn't really want to take. At the same time, White doesn't really want to take on e5. So both players have trouble making progress, let's say. No, if anything, if any of your lines involve e4, they're probably not the one. e4 by black is a rough idea. Okay, so f takes e5. I thought we might see a trade, but instead we saw this. And actually, if this was their knight f5, because this is what I was mentioning earlier as something we had to be careful of, right, guys? I said, watch that bishop. It's so easy to miss a tactic like this. Takes, you guard the knight, White's winning. And if you take here in any way, then you lose this guy. So this is what I was saying earlier. All right, queen d4. Can only imagine captures. Knight takes e5 is quite tempting, though. I almost like it more, just to get that knight in there. Okay, and I mean, this is pretty much what I was saying earlier when we were calling for why not rook g8. I was saying, look, you have to calculate. That's the whole point. Like, there are gonna be some exchange sacks that happen, and Esipenko is gone for one. There's always some annoyance with the queen getting down here and hitting the bishop and taking that pawn. So look for that to be the forefront of his calculations. Still, I find this to be slightly suspicious because black still has a dark square bishop. So if white got the dark square bishop for his rook, I would say, wow, that's a great exchange sack. This one, I have to say, looks a little weird. I don't really buy it. Like, number one, bishop here at least deserves calculation. And number two, even taking and bishop f4 looks pretty good. So bishop f6, what happens, by the way? Because white's pieces are arranged in such a way that not a single one of them can actually defend that rook. So bishop f6. I'm looking at all the tricky moves. Queen e3. The queen's actually protected, so you just take it. I'm struggling here. Here, some sort of knight. Bishop e3, maybe? No, you just take all the time. Okay, bishop e3 takes, queen takes. Maybe this is it? Maybe this is it. That must be. Yeah. Bishop e3, so you have to move the queen, and then bishop e5. Okay, we're continuing the line. But definitely bishop e3 was the move. Took me a while, but okay. Got there. I wonder if it was better. I wonder if it was better to just take the rook initially. Because, you know, if we take everything here, the queen kind of gets down to c7. Not really sure how good that is. Okay, so rook e8, queen. I imagine queen c7. Also, queen f4 is a pretty strong move. Queen c7 though just looks annoying. At some point, Eric needs to play like h5. Like h5 threatens maybe to push h4, but also we need an escape square for the king if we really want to, you know, get our rook down and make some serious threats. It's a very tight game. I mean, you guys are saying like we gotta hold now. I mean, hold is not even the word. This isn't even a position that I would say you're like winning, but you guys need to relax and not jinx it. Like, not at all. Like, this is just a tense position. The minor pieces are always tricky, and these pawns can fall very easily. So this is just a tense position. But I like Eric's chances, and I think he's played a good game so far. Queen f6 looks like a nice next move, hitting that pawn and getting out of the pin here. These knights right now they're not on the operative squares, and that's really good for Eric's position. This knight is kind of dominated right now, can't move. This knight can't move because it's defending that knight, and very importantly, there's no knight on f3. A knight on f3 would be perfect. Going to d4, e5, h4, those squares are operative. Knight here is the wrong one. And it takes a while for a knight to get to f3 because this guy takes multiple moves to get there. And this guy can't get there because he's defending that guy. So I'm really liking the position more the longer I look at it. And it's mainly because white's knights do not make a great impression. Okay. Bishop d1 played. So relinquishing that. Queen f6. This is exactly what I expected. Queen f6 looks great. And white has to defend this pawn. And that's why he played knight e2. But this can't be a long-term solution. Can't be a long-term solution. Yeah, queen f6 is always great here. I'm almost thinking of h5 or h6 now, one of those two moves. Maybe h5. Just because I need some space for my king. Queen e5, d6. What happens on knight e6? Knight e6, knight g5, knight e4. Like a knight on e4 would be fantastic. Knight here, queen f7, knight there. This isn't a threat, by the way, so important to note that. The queen is hanging and the rook is defended. What is important to note is that, let's say bad move, knight here, that this would be a threat. Because while your queen is hanging, this is hanging as well. So, small detail. Knight e6, this is exactly what I wanted. Knight e6, so if the queen goes here, you just lose the pawn. I think you resign. Queen f7, I was thinking knight to g5 here. Can't take this because of the rook. And rook f8, queen e7. Somehow looks like bad coordination, so I was thinking knight g5. Rook g8. Oh, this looks like a good move, because if d7, you're saying, I don't care. I'm going bishop. I think you're saying that, yeah. Bishop b7. Basically, d8 is covered. And if d8 is covered, this guy's not really a concern. d7 bishop there, you're threatening to take the pawn, hitting the bishop. By the way, the reason that black's position is so good is because of this. Like, just look at the pieces. They're so bad. They're not going anywhere. That's the real culprit here. White's minor pieces are non-participants, so if that remains the case, it shouldn't be competitive. He's been handling it well so far. Still, this looks correct. The bishop gets out to e6 now. The pawn looks fairly irrelevant. I feel like Eric is playing this well. c3 is also hanging now after knight g3, so in a lot of cases, queen takes c3 will just be too much. Like if you grab the c3 pawn in any of these variations successfully, all the endgames will be completely winning with that protected pass pawn as well. So. Time ticking. Both players at about a minute right now, it seems. And it's fair to say both players are probably just playing on the increment more or less. Queen e7, and that's a move out of desperation for sure, because white voluntarily trading the queens with these three bad pieces, and Eric about to take this. Eric is now going to be cleanly up just a rook for a knight. So queen e7 was played because he didn't like his position. And he's like, okay, I might actually just lose this. So it's usually a good sign when people have to play stuff like that. So let's see. Do we play f4? The other idea is just to take here and then get down and dirty. Rook e1, rook c1. You know, you got to be careful of white's pieces ending up down here, taking all of your material as well. Like this. You know, it's scary for black as well here. Yeah, don't know. So let's see. Let's see what gets played here. Bishop c2. For some reason, are these moves on the board? Is that why they're happening? No, right? My thing looks really glitchy. I can't really refresh the moves for some reason. I'm gonna refresh the page. Unless I just played the moves that just happened in the game? No, right? Okay, that's what I thought. Wasn't letting me refresh. So he did go f4. Knight h5. Now this can be taken, and I imagine the follow-up is something like getting the rook down to c1. Because this bishop is great. You want to keep it on the board. It protects a6 and sort of keeps black's position safe. Here, knight e3. No doubt about that. And either knight e4 or bishop e4 look like strong moves next, preferably with the bishop, I believe. So, If white hangs onto this pawn, you know, gets the king active, you can see how this this turns. But you know, black's king should probably join the fight, and at some point, one of these moves to e4 will be good. What's the increment? It's 10 seconds per move. Yeah, so this looks very solid. A lot of draws this round. Jeez. Knight f5. Okay, maybe going knight d6, but I think he's trying to just hold everything together on d4. Still always tough to convert. Knight e4 looks like maybe it's like you have an idea to go knight e4, takes, put the bishop on d3 and go after this pawn. But I'm just gonna make the point that all these dark square pawns definitely leads me to believe that we should probably get rid of our light squared bishop. It's not a piece I want to be left with. Okay, so the guy's coming in here. This is scary, especially in rapid. I'm just gonna say it. It's just scary to deal with. Like, the guy's coming in, and meanwhile, white's pawns are protected. Now, if you really go in too far, the knight comes here, and I assume we're gonna try to work on taking the c pawn, but it's scary. Active kings, it's very difficult to deal with. Personally, I don't have a strong evaluation for this position. I just know I would lose it if I was playing black. Because white's position is so well held together. The knight covers the only weakness, everything else is protected, and that knight is protected, right? So everything protects everything here. And here come, you know, these pawns, here comes the king. This, to me, looks like a comfortable, extremely comfortable position for white. Because if this knight has to go here, then the king really does just sort of march in and take. And where are black's threats in that case? He'd lose either side. Fair assessment. Yeah, the only chance is really to take this pawn. So you just have to like bring the rook here and go for something like that. I think he's probably thinking of g5 and then getting the king. Rook e2 and knight c3. Unfortunately, rook e2, another knight ends up on e2, so there's not really any help there. Yeah, now there's a sort of big threat, which is this, and the knight just doesn't have any forward squares to move to. Might even see h6 here. Knight back to f6, I assume? Yeah. Trying to go there. I mean, at this point, I can probably think that white might be the favorite to win, so... definitely would shake hands on a draw here. I mean, that's why white's thinking, because I think he well understands that white is the one pushing. Yeah, and that's why he's gonna play that. It's tough to even attack this pawn. You can't even use either of those squares, so he's trying to get rook c1, but after rook c1 there's always knight back, so maybe h4 happens here. g5, same idea. I don't think we were clearly winning. I mean, when we said we were maybe winning, you guys were all hyped, and I said, I don't even think this is a position where we have to hold a KO. I think this is just balanced. Like, this is just still tricky. I mean, I like what's going on in that the king is getting farther away from that pawn. So I like that, but I think this is literally anybody's game, so. I do like that the king is kind of held off from the queen side, though. That's a good feeling. Rook h1 looks correct. Rookie 1, please draw. Please get me out of this game. Would be what I would do. This knight somehow got placed very, very effectively. It's, along with the king, it's stopping white's king from getting to this pawn, which is great. And I think rook h1 is very tough to deal with. White doesn't want to play this, and certainly doesn't want to lose the pawn for nothing. So actually this looks like a very logical repetition. Does Eric want more? That's the question. Wouldn't blame him for trying for more now, but honestly, rookie 1 does seem pretty fair. Draw, agreed. Yeah. Well, sorry, I guess draw. Draw by force. Draw by repetition. Yeah, I think it's a great result. Like, position looked extremely scary to me, and if I had to put percentages on each color, when I saw king e5, I'm thinking white wins this. I'm thinking white wins this. So I think that's a very, very good result. I also thought it was a very, very good game. Esipenko must have started playing it really, really accurately, or maybe Eric lost the thread a little bit. Overall in the game, sure, Eric's not gonna be happy he didn't win it, no doubt. He played a great game, he was better, but the way that the game started trending near the end, we're happy with a draw there, in my opinion. Time's getting very low, and it's easy to see the win condition for white. It's so simple, like it literally just bulldozes these pawns. So I would agree, you know, it looked a lot better way back here for sure, but white's king gets out, and the pieces are so good at covering all the pawns. The knights are such good defenders. More than that, Bazmaniac. That doesn't seem like... I think treble with chess space has the more accurate count. 4750, I believe. So that's a draw. All the games are done for today. Somebody must have the link to the Chess24 standings, the ones that had the 3 points system counted. Does someone have those? Andy is Yoda, Alex Jebrak, M Psych, Paperboy, Kothis, thanks for the 100 bits. Okay, thank you guys. No, I don't want watch live, do I? What is this? Oh, it has the standings underneath, I see. All right, here we go. So Nepo has just been doing some disgusting stuff. I mean, he's crushing the tournament. Magnus is having not a good tournament, but he's in second place. That just goes to show, just goes to show what the level is. Artemiev, Kamer doing well. So we play Vincent tomorrow. So, I mean, I'll be the first to say that this tournament is incredibly strong and there are no results for free. But tomorrow Eric plays against Vincent, who going into the tournament is definitely not one of the strongest players by rating. They're certainly playing like it. And we play against Alexandra, who unfortunately has not won or drawn a single game in the event. RIP. So we play Vincent, we play Alexandra, and then we play Nepo. So we play the number 1 and the number 16 ranked player at the moment tomorrow.
I was just in time trouble almost every game today, which isn't a good thing. I almost lost. I got my rook stuck a little bit, and I think Andre could have maybe run his king. I wasn't sure, but all I can summarize is that was very bad technique by me.
Louder.
And, I almost lost it in the end, so I'm okay with a draw now.
Maybe you can drag the
should have won much
maybe you
earlier
can
before I
drag
was down
the
to 5
desktop
seconds.
audio
And Eric
on
beating the world
OBS.
champion with black. How did you celebrate? We saw you
Drag it
run
a
off the
bit louder.
camera as soon as that game finished.
It's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
okay.
was obviously
Still
it was
make
a
it
little
louder.
anticlimactic with bishop takes a4 in the end.
Does that work?
But overall, I was pretty
How's
happy
that?
because I was doing very well at that point, and I was feeling it was a very easy position to play. I think just
That's fine.
Magnus made a couple. I mean, he's obviously not in his best shape right now, and he just made a couple lazy moves in the opening with white, and
Yeah.
it got bad real fast. And I heard it might have been a mouse slip, but last time I played him in August, I actually first I had a winning position and I messed up, and then I was about to repeat moves, and I mouse slipped a forced draw and lost. And so I've been on the other side, so I feel pretty good getting two positions against Magnus. I'll take it however it comes, whether it's a blunder or whatever. But I was pretty happy with the position I had, and that's the first time I've beaten him in a serious tournament.
Wow. What's that mean to you?
It's awesome. I definitely
Doesn't mean anything.
definitely didn't expect it. I'd say it's a little nicer that I played Magnus on day 3, because then I had a couple days to warm up, and I played a bunch of top 10 players. So even though it's a little more nerve-wracking to play Magnus, I was already pretty warmed up, which made it a lot easier than playing him in round 1 or something when I have all these other nerves to compete with besides who I'm playing with. So yeah, I'm still processing it though.
And how are all your chessbrah fans sort of reacting to your performance? In
Literally
the
doing
tournament,
that right
beating
now.
Magnus and just being on a roll.
I heard there's good energy there, and there's been a good turnout. So
That's
has been
us,
pretty
baby.
cool because a lot of our viewers haven't seen me have good chess results before, so it's probably a new feeling. It's been a few years since I had a decent run at a tournament.
And only one day of preliminaries yet. You are currently inside the top 8 to qualify for knockouts. How are you feeling about tomorrow? Will you be nervous? Are you excited? Adrenaline?
Will you
What
be
will
nervous?
tomorrow
Yes.
be like?
Actually, I'm planning to be nervous.
Yeah, I think I looked at the standings today, and it's really close, I think, with the top 10 players, so it should be fun. As I said yesterday, my expectations coming in weren't to qualify. Now I'm trying to adjust things a little bit, but still one game at a time. It should be a fun final day. It looks like everybody's playing for a win. There's a lot of decisive games, so I think I'm going to be in the same position as everyone else, where you have to assume that you need to win, at least +1 tomorrow, let's say, to finish in the top 8. You gotta put up wins. You can't draw your way into qualification.
It's going to be such an exciting day. We wish you all the best of luck tomorrow.
David
Eric.
Howell looks like he
Congratulations
still
on
goes
winning
to his
against
son's
Magnus
soccer
and,
games.
being inside top 8 so far.
Thank you. Hopefully
Thanks
I can keep it up for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be so exciting. We wish you best of luck and thanks for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. All right. Well, David, what do you think? Chances for Eric Hansen, chessbrah, to qualify for the knockout stage?
Yeah, okay, see it, pal. No Eric, no watch. Me viewer, me watch. No Eric, no watch. Hey, how'd you guys feel? Eric gave you a shout out. Not just you, but you. That's right, I'm talking to you. He shouted out the chat. The viewers. Eh? Eh? He was looking right at you when he said that. Feels good, man. Steakinator AC, thanks for the 20 months. JTP Jack for the 13 months with Prime. Little Marco with the Prime sub. King AJ7 for a full year with Prime. Sestrain, Prime sub. Feral Mensa, 20-month resub. Briggskeith, 200 bits. And 200 from Tempest. Thank you. So, Eric's definitely, he's doing well. 1.5 points today. So 2 losses, a win and a draw. You know, not every day is gonna be perfect. This last one could have gone either way as well, and that's what Eric was saying in the interview. Maybe the king could just walk in and take all the pawns. So, you know, against some of the engine warriors in chat, I think this is a great result for the final game, considering the position and the clock. Obviously, he had his chances, so he won't be happy with getting into this position, but after he got here, I think draw is a great result. So, 1.5 out of 4. Tomorrow, there's only 3 games. So I think bottom line is, in order to qualify, he definitely needs 1.5 out of 3. But as Eric was indicating, 2 out of 3 would probably be sufficient for sure to guarantee. So I imagine if Eric went 2 out of 3 tomorrow, he would definitely be in top 8. And 1.5 out of 3, he might be in top 8. And I think with 1 out of 3, he's definitely not. So I think that's important. I think that's important to keep in mind. For us, of course, probably better that he doesn't keep that in mind and just plays chess. I'm the same way. I never like to think about possibilities when, you know, the best you can do is maximize yourself. Dr. Lord Mayonnaise, thanks for the 500 bits. No, 1,000 bits. And then 500. Thank you. Remember, guys, even though we got 1 out of 4 today, let's not forget we beat Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, current world champion of chess. Doubloon, thanks for 690 bits. You can't forget that the only win we got today was against the WC. So, that's got to count for something. .5 out of 4, excuse me. What did I say? Yeah, I said Eric got 1 win today. What did I say? Must have said something wrong. I never said he got 1 out of 4. I said the only win today. He didn't have another win. He had another draw. He got 1 win. I said that was his only win today. And it was against the world champion. You guys are fucking weird. These are who he's playing, the players who he's playing tomorrow, and the colors. Nice, eh? Look at those white pieces that we're gonna appreciate here. White against Nepo, black against Kosteniuk, and white against Kamer. Pieces. If I had to like pick the colors for the games, I would say that those are all perfect. I'd rather have white against Nepo. I'd rather have black against Alexandra, and I'd rather have white against Vincent. So I think if you could have a choice for the last day, you probably got what you want as well. So hey, it's gonna be a fun day tomorrow. It's gonna decide everything. Nepo is playing out of his mind right now, in case anyone hasn't tuned into that. He's in first place by a margin, a big margin. There's only 3 games tomorrow because guess what? There's 16 players and it's a round robin. And you can't play with yourself unless you're a chat member watching the stream right now. So that's why there's only 15 games. Has Nepo lost? I honestly don't even know. Maybe not. It's scary how well he's playing. It is scary. Alright, so tomorrow I think 2 out of 3 would be enough to qualify for top 8. I think 1 out of 3 would be too little. I think we'd probably be knocked out, honestly. We're right in the running right now, but it's such a strong tournament. Everybody's going for that spot. Everybody. Alright? So 1.5 or 2 points is the target tomorrow. And we'll see. Depends on other games. You know, the best Eric can do is just play his chess. Maximize his own points. I think I owe 1 more giveaway. As we wrap up here. Paperboy, thanks for the prime sub. Eric drew the last one. Finished with 1.5 out of 4 today. So he's currently on 7 points out of 12 in terms of wins and draws, but according to the 3-point standing system, it's a little bit different. All right, so we got 3 games tomorrow. First of all, a reminder that we'll be back at 12 p.m. Eastern time. All right, so that's the exact same time that it started every other day for commentary. So hopefully you guys are just used to that time. Show up at the same time tomorrow. That'll be it. And yeah, let's do a giveaway to end off here. We got a lot of stuff to give away, and the support's been great. Let's see if we can get another happy winner. All right, and what is the keyword gonna be? All right, the keyword is gonna be top 8, uppercase letters, T-O-P, and then the number 8. Top 8. Top 8. That's the goal for tomorrow. Top 8 to enter. Just have to type it in the chat once. Remember, guys, if you type it more than once, it actually removes you from entry, so you wouldn't want to do that. And now that I've said that, you can't remember if you've typed it once, twice, or 3 times. And if it's an even number, you won't be in, and if it's an odd number, you'll be out, so you have to keep typing it. That's the only way now. Now I'm in your head. Now you're worried you're not in the giveaway. You have to keep typing it. It's a lottery whether you're in at this point. We got some guys that'll just be here for hours, even when the stream's offline. Just keep typing it. I've got you in a loop now. All right. Give away another one of these pro gaming mouse pads here from HyperX. Again, North America and Europe. And if the winner's not from either of those parts of the world, then we'll re-roll. Guys, let's draw a winner here. Dr. Drunken Smuggler. Dr. Drunken Smuggler. Where are you, bud? I saw him resub just today. Dr. Drunken Smuggler. You almost left? Lol. Damn. You guys know the rules. If you get picked for a prize and you're not here to claim it, you get banned. So that was close. Close call. Dr. Drunken Smuggler, you're NA? All good? As I said earlier, but for anybody who want to give away today, make sure you are attentive to your Twitch whisper, your Twitch DMs, whispers. We'll be in touch and make sure to get everything sent to the right place. So yeah, congrats, Dr. Drunken Smuggler. Way to go, bud. And we'll be in touch maybe today or tomorrow, so pretty soon. Make sure everybody checks their whispers. Yeah, that's Magnus for sure. Yeah, Magnus's Texas account. He's like, you know what? I might be going down to the Chief today, but I'm not leaving without a HyperX Pro Gaming mousepad. That's for sure. There we go. All right. GG's M-Psych and Paperboy, thanks for the bits. Drunk Like Tal, 3-month resub. HyperX mousepad equals no mouse slips. Yeah, maybe it was Magnus after all. Dr. Drunken Smuggler. Are you surprised that it's a mouse pad when I said it was a mouse pad? Wow. Sorry, Bao. I advertised the mouse pad and it was actually a mouse pad. So. Apologies for the disappointment. Well, it's nice to get all these things to people that need them, like Dr. Drunken Smuggler. Hopefully, he's not going to be mouse slipping with this great new mouse pad. I love you, Amon. You could spit in my mouth. Well, let's just say he's not walking away with the prize he wanted today. Just a mouse pad, bro. Just a mouse pad. Thanks, my name is Chico for the $5. You want me to end the stream so you can watch the VOD? Dude, you can watch the VOD while the stream is live, bro. You didn't know that, bro? You didn't know you could go into past broadcasts, bro? Come on, bro. Thank you, my name is Chico. Because of my name is Chico, I am gonna end the stream. So I will see you guys later. I was gonna keep streaming, but my name is Chico. Wants the stream to end, so I think we're gonna end today. Due to my name is Chico. So you can say thanks at my name is Chico in the chat. You're your good buddy. And yeah, that'll be all for today. I'll see you guys tomorrow for commentary. Bright and early. It's the final day. Everything comes down to this. I really hope you guys will be here. Qualifying top 8 would be awesome. Would be awesome, right? That would be really special on top of all the good results Eric's had. Qualifying top 8 out of this incredible group of players would just be sweet. So we need some support tomorrow for that. We got some giveaways today. We'll do some more giveaways tomorrow as well. Thanks for watching. Thanks for following. I'll remind you guys right at the end here that we have a sale in the chessbrah store. It's 30% off. Exclamation mark sale. If you want to cop some of our merch, I think it's very comfortable, very minimal, some fun designs, not just a bunch of chess pieces and a bunch of inside jokes. So you can look stylish while you're out on the town. These 3 pullover hoodies, as well as the snapback hat, the mugs here, big sell, and the beanie toques. 30% off in the chessbrah store right now. Following, subscribing on YouTube, those things are free to do. If you don't have money to support your viewership, your follow, your subscription on Twitch, those are all really helpful. And next time you come watch the stream, bring someone with you, bring a buddy. We want to pack the audience tomorrow, and hopefully Eric qualifies. That would be awesome. So thanks guys for tuning in today. We'll see you guys tomorrow, 12 p.m. Eastern. Don't miss it. I got to teach a class in our chessbrah gym group lesson program, so I do have to leave today. Wasn't all Chico's fault. So no after party right now, but we'll see you guys tomorrow for the finale. All right, we beat the world champion today, Magnus Carlsen. Pretty awesome. Doesn't well, it's never happened to Eric before, and it doesn't happen to a lot of people in their entire lives. So pretty special. GG's. Thanks for watching, guys. We're gonna send off the raid, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna check out our buddy Mr. Bach. He's still going. He's live. He's been sending some raids over. Grandmaster from the Netherlands. Just going to school in the US. Take care, guys. We'll see you tomorrow for the finale. Say hi to Mr. Bach for me.